The city had just begun to stir, the first weak light of dawn bleeding across the glass towers of downtown, when the silence in District Attorney Alan Carmichael's usually secure apartment building was shattered. Not by a scream, but by the relentless, insistent ringing of his private line. He was still half asleep, entangled in the faint scent of old coffee and the rustle of case files, when he fumbled for the receiver. The voice on the other end, Detective Sarah Miller's, was tight, strained, a sound Alan knew too well. It meant bad news. "Carmichael, you need to get down here now," she said, her words clipped. "It's about Marcus Thorne." The name hit Alan like a splash of cold water. Marcus Thorne, the star witness. The man whose testimony was set to unravel the elaborate corporate fraud scheme of Sterling Davenport, Inc. The man who was supposed to be testifying today. "What happened? Is he safe? Did someone try to get to him?" Alan demanded, adrenaline already surging. He was already out of bed, pulling on clothes, his mind racing through all the security protocols they had in place. Thorne was under round-the-clock protection. This couldn't be happening. Miller's reply was grim. "He's gone." His security detail found his apartment empty. No forced entry, no signs of a struggle, just gone. Alan felt a knot tighten in his gut. This wasn't just a missing person. This was a torpedo aimed squarely at the most high-profile case of his career. The Sterling Davenport trial involving billions and shaking the city's financial elite was already a powder keg. Without Thorne, their meticulously built case against CEO Richard Sterling would crumble. He arrived at Thorne's high-rise apartment building 15 minutes later, the flashing lights of police cruisers painting the pre-dawn street in stark reds and blues. The air was thick with a nervous energy, the kind that precedes disaster. Miller met him at the door, her face etched with a mix of frustration and genuine concern. "Security feed shows nothing unusual until 3 a.m., she explained, leading him inside. Thorne was last seen going to bed around midnight. His 2 guards, off-duty officers, were stationed outside the door. They checked on him every hour. At 3 a.m., they did their usual check, saw his light was off, assumed he was sleeping. At 5 a.m., they went to wake him for court, and he wasn't there." Alan's eyes scanned the pristine apartment. It was a picture of neatness, almost too neat. No overturned furniture, no broken glass, no evidence that a man had been forcibly removed. It was as if Marcus Thorne had simply evaporated. "No sign of a struggle," Alan pressed, moving into the bedroom. The bed was unmade, sheets slightly rumpled, but nothing to suggest violence. "What about the windows, the fire escape?" "All secure, locked from the inside," Miller confirmed, gesturing to the heavy-duty locks. "And we're on the 18th floor, no easy way in or out without being seen." A chilling thought occurred to Alan. So he left on his own. But why? Why would a key witness, just hours from delivering career-making testimony, simply walk away from a secure location? It defied logic. He had been so determined, so eager for justice. Miller paused, her gaze flicking towards the apartment door. "That's not the only thing, Carmichael. Someone left something for you under your door." Alan frowned, his mind still grappling with the impossible disappearance. "Under my door, at my apartment." He hadn't noticed anything. He'd been too focused on Miller's call, too quick to leave. "Yes, a note," she confirmed, her voice dropping, almost a whisper. "It was slipped under the gap. We only found out when one of the officers from Thorne's security detail, the one assigned to your building, reported it. He saw it when he checked your floor this morning before he came here." A note left for him. His stomach churned with a sudden sense of dread. Was it a threat, a demand? What could connect Thorne's impossible vanishing act with a clandestine message left at his home miles away? And why hadn't he seen it? He had been in such a rush. "What did it say?" Alan asked, his voice tight. This wasn't a standard missing persons case anymore. This was a deliberate message, a chilling piece of a puzzle they didn't yet understand. A sudden, shocking action indeed. The silence in the room stretched, heavy and foreboding. He knew instinctively that whatever was on that note, it held the key to Marcus Thorne's disappearance, and possibly to a betrayal far more intricate than they could imagine. "It was short, Carmichael, and chilling," Miller finally said, her eyes fixed on him. "It said, the scales of justice are balanced, one life for one case, make your choice by midnight." Alan felt a cold dread seep into his bones. One life for one case. It wasn't a demand for ransom, nor a straightforward threat of violence. It was a cruel, impossible ultimatum. The message was explicitly for him, and it directly linked Marcus Thorne's life to the Sterling Davenport trial. "Midnight," Alan repeated, the word tasting like ash. That gave him less than 24 hours. His mind reeled. This wasn't just a witness gone missing. This was a calculated, personal assault designed to break him, to dismantle the justice system itself. "We haven't touched it here," Miller explained, gesturing around Thorne's apartment. "Forensics is on their way, but I wanted you to hear it first. The officer who found it secured it immediately. It's been bagged and tagged, sent straight to the lab. They're checking for prints, paper composition, everything." "Who found it?" Alan asked, needing to piece together the timeline. "Officer Davies, he's one of your assigned security detail. He checked your floor around 4:30 a.m. just before heading here for the shift change. Said he saw something wedged under your door, assumed it was a delivery, then realized what it was when he saw the handwriting. He He knew something was wrong. It's what prompted him to call me. Alan closed his eyes briefly. The note had been there for hours, potentially, while he'd been asleep. A chilling violation of his personal space, a clear sign that whoever was behind this had easy access to him, to his building. It was a deliberate demonstration of power. I need to see it, Alan stated, his voice firm, pushing down the rising panic. And I need to go back to my apartment, now. Miller nodded, understanding. My team is already there, securing the scene. We'll be discreet but thorough. Let's go. The drive back to Alan's apartment felt longer, heavier than the drive away. The city was now fully awake, oblivious to the high-stakes game of cat and mouse Alan found himself trapped in. He stared out the window. The glass towers of downtown, usually a symbol of his career's ambition, now seemed to mock him, gleaming with the very corporate power he was fighting. Sterling Davenport, it had to be them, Richard Sterling. The man was ruthless, powerful, with connections that stretched into every corner of the city's elite. But to pull off something like this, to make a key witness vanish without a trace and then issue such a brazen, personal challenge, it was beyond anything Alan had ever encountered. His apartment building, usually a sanctuary, now felt compromised. Uniformed officers were stationed outside and inside, their presence a stark reminder of the gravity of the situation. Detective Miller led him directly to his apartment door. The yellow tape of a crime scene was absent, replaced by a quiet, focused intensity. This wasn't a public spectacle. It was a clandestine operation, designed to keep the true nature of Thorne's disappearance under wraps as long as possible. The last thing they needed was a media frenzy revealing that their star witness had evaporated and the DA was being personally blackmailed. Inside, the living room looked exactly as he'd left it, neat, ordered, sterile, but the air was charged with a different kind of energy. A forensics team dressed in white suits moved silently, systematically, dusting surfaces, examining the door frame, collecting samples. Carmichael, a gruff voice called. Lieutenant Davies, a veteran detective known for his meticulousness and calm demeanor, approached him holding a clear evidence bag. Inside, a single sheet of cream-colored paper, folded once, lay pristine. "This is it," Davies said, his voice low. "Found it tucked just under the door, flush with the carpet on the inside." Alan took the bag, his fingers trembling slightly as he held it up to the light. The paper was heavy, good quality, perhaps expensive stationery. The handwriting in bold, elegant cursive was clearly visible. The scales of justice are balanced. One life for one case. Make your choice by midnight. There was no signature, no discernible mark of origin, just the chilling, precise instruction. It felt less like a threat and more like a statement from a higher authority, an almost divine pronouncement of judgment. "Any prints?" Alan asked, his voice tight. Davies shook his head. "Nothing yet, clean as a whistle. Whoever left this was careful. We've swept the entire floor, checked all common areas, surveillance footage from the hallway cameras, nothing suspicious. It's almost like they knew exactly when and where to avoid being seen." "Or they had access," Miller added, stepping closer. "Access to the building, to the cameras, someone on the inside." That possibility sent another shiver down Alan's spine. His own security detail compromised, or someone with high-level access to the building systems. It spoke of a deep reach, a well-funded and highly intelligent adversary. "Did you check the notes material?" Alan pressed. "Our lab is on it now," Davies confirmed. "Fiber analysis, ink composition, watermarks, everything. They're fast-tracking it, given the circumstances." Alan walked over to his door, bending down, examining the small gap at the bottom. It was minimal, barely enough for a thin piece of paper to be slid through. He replayed his morning rush. The insistent ring of his phone, Miller's clipped words, the scramble to get dressed. He'd barely glanced at the floor as he left. He hadn't seen it. He hadn't looked for it. The perpetrators had timed it perfectly, knowing he'd be too distracted, too panicked, to notice anything unusual in his haste. "This isn't just about Thorne, is it?" Alan murmured, more to himself than to the detectives. "This is about sending a message, to me, to the entire justice system." Miller nodded grimly. "They want to show they can control the narrative, control the outcome. They want to scare us into backing down." "And midnight is the deadline," Alan reiterated, running a hand through his hair. "Less than 20 hours. "What's your immediate plan?" Miller asked, her expression serious. "We can't let Sterling Davenport know we've received this," Alan decided immediately. "If they know we're on the ropes, they'll press their advantage. We need to act as if Thorne has simply disappeared, that we're still looking for him, still preparing for trial." "That's a dangerous gamble, Carmichael," Davies interjected. "If this is a genuine threat against Thorne, we need to consider his safety above all else. What if we don't make a choice by midnight?" "We don't know what make your choice means," Alan argued, pacing his small living room. "Does it mean publicly drop the charges, announce a mistrial, send a coded message to them? If we comply too quickly, too openly, we're essentially admitting guilt, admitting we're compromised. And what's to stop them from doing this again with another witness, another case?" He stopped, turning to face them. We treat this as two parallel investigations. One, the public face, Marcus Thorne is missing, an extensive search is underway, the trial is postponed pending his retrieval. Two, the hidden one, we work secretly, relentlessly to find Thorne and identify who is behind this before midnight. Miller looked at Davies, then back at Allen. It's a long shot, Allen. We have no leads on Thorne's actual whereabouts, no ransom demand, no anything to go on for this secret investigation. We have the note, Allen countered, holding up the evidence bag. And we have Sterling Davenport. They are the only ones with a clear motive to silence Thorne, and they clearly have the resources and the audacity to pull this off. Richard Sterling's alibi is ironclad, Miller said, rubbing her temples. He was at a charity gala surrounded by dozens of powerful individuals until the early hours of the morning. His phone records show no unusual activity. He's been cooperative, even offering to assist with the search for Thorne, feigning concern. He wouldn't be directly involved, not in the physical act, Allen scoffed. He'd hire people, professionals, people who specialize in making problems disappear. He paused, a new thought forming. What about Thorne's digital footprint, his phone, computer, bank accounts? Has anything been accessed since he disappeared? Everything's clean so far, Davies replied. No unusual financial transactions, no outgoing calls or messages. His phone is still in his apartment on his nightstand. His laptop is there too, powered off. It's like he vanished into thin air, leaving nothing behind. That's not right, Allen muttered. A man doesn't just walk away from his life, leaving everything, especially not under round-the-clock security, without some kind of coercion or pre-planning. And the lack of digital activity is almost too perfect. It suggests they confiscated his devices or disabled them before he went missing, or that he never even took them with him. If he was coerced, then he didn't take them, Miller concluded. He was taken by force or under extreme duress. The note implies that, one life for one case, it's a bargain, not a voluntary departure. Allen's mind raced. We need to expand our search covertly, not just for Thorne, but for them, the people who orchestrated this. They want a choice, they'll get one, but it won't be the one they expect. He looked around his compromised apartment, then back at the note. They think they're playing chess, but they just started a war. The next few hours were a whirlwind of activity, all of it cloaked in secrecy. Allen established a secure war room in a forgotten corner of the DA's office, far from prying eyes. Only a select few were allowed in: Detective Miller, Lieutenant Davies, and a couple of trusted analysts. The official story for the public and media was carefully crafted. Marcus Thorne, citing unforeseen personal circumstances, had requested a temporary postponement of his testimony. The DA's office was respecting his privacy while working to reschedule. It was a flimsy cover, but enough to buy them some time. Behind closed doors, the atmosphere was grim. Allen outlined his strategy: find Thorne, identify the culprits, and prepare for the trial, all before midnight. First, Thorne's apartment, Allen began, reviewing the initial reports. Re-examine every inch, look for anything that suggests how he was taken: a hidden compartment, a secret passage, a subtle breach that was missed. And his neighbors, even if it's a high-rise, someone might have seen something unusual, even a maintenance worker or a delivery person at an odd hour. Miller nodded, already on her secure comms. Got it. We're routing a new team, fresh eyes. They'll be given a modified brief focusing on discrete entry and exit points, any potential blind spots in the building's surveillance. Second, the note, Allen continued, gesturing to a projection of the note on a large screen. Beyond prints and fiber, I want a psychological profile. What kind of person writes something like this? The language, the structure, it's theatrical, isn't it? The scales of justice are balanced. It implies a warped sense of fairness, a desire to be seen as more than just a criminal, almost a god complex. Davies scribbled notes furiously. I'll get a behavioral analyst on it, discreetly, someone who understands this kind of high-stakes psychological warfare. Third and most critical, Sterling Davenport, Allen stressed. We can't directly accuse them, not yet, but we need to dig deeper. Their associates, their past dealings, anyone who might have the skills to execute something like this. Look for shell companies, private security firms, intelligence contractors they might have hired. Someone who could orchestrate a disappearance and bypass sophisticated security systems. We've been through their finances with a fine-tooth comb for the fraud case, Miller reminded him. They're masters of obscuring trails. Then we need to look in places we haven't looked before, Allen insisted. Not just their direct business, but their personal networks, their philanthropic organizations, their political donations, their private clubs. Where do they get their muscle, their illicit resources? What other secrets are they protecting? One of the analysts, a sharp young woman named Chloe, spoke up from her station. Sir, I've been cross-referencing surveillance footage from Thorne's building with known associates of Richard Sterling. Even without direct evidence, we might find a pattern of unusual presence. Good, Chloe, expand that search to a 5-block radius around Thorne's building, focusing on the hours between midnight and 5 a.m. Look for anything out of place: vehicles, individuals, even discarded items that don't belong. As they worked, the clock in the corner of the room ticked relentlessly, each second bringing them closer to midnight, closer to the impossible choice. Alan felt the pressure mounting, a cold, constricting band around his chest. He tried to think like his adversary. What would they gain? What was their true objective? It wasn't just about saving Sterling. It was about humiliation, about demonstrating absolute power, about making an example of Alan Carmichael in the DA's office. If he buckled, if he sacrificed the case, he would be forever compromised. His career would be over, his reputation in tatters, and the precedent set would be catastrophic. Every powerful criminal would know they could simply make a witness disappear and force the hand of justice. But if he didn't, if he chose the case over Thorne's life, he would be guilty of indirectly sanctioning a murder. The moral burden would be unbearable. This was more than a case. It was a test of his integrity, his principles, his very soul. Hours bled into one another. Coffee cups piled up, pizza boxes grew cold. The secure room hummed with the quiet clatter of keyboards and the low murmur of urgent conversations. Miller returned from an unannounced visit to Thorne's building, her face etched with frustration. Nothing, Alan. We re-examined every vent, every pipe, every crevice. The building has state-of-the-art security, no hidden passages, no signs of an external breach. It's like he truly just vanished. What about the internal staff? Alan asked, his mind latching onto Miller's earlier suggestion of inside access. Cleaning crews, maintenance, security guards, anyone with legitimate access to the floors or a master key. All employees were vetted when the building was first constructed, and regularly since, Miller reported. No criminal records, no suspicious financial activity. The building's head of security, a former NYPD officer, vouches for his staff. Vouches for them or is part of them, Alan mused, a dark thought emerging. What if the security was the weakness? What if one of the off-duty officers assigned to Thorne was compromised? Miller's eyes widened slightly. We already checked their statements. They were clear, consistent. They confirmed Thorne was in his apartment at 3 a.m. They were outside the door for their entire shift. And what about their breaks? Alan pressed. Did they ever leave the floor? Were they ever out of sight of each other? Briefly for bathroom breaks, but never at the same time, Miller confirmed. Standard procedure, and never for more than a few minutes. Not enough time to coordinate something like this without raising suspicion. We need to bring them in discreetly for a secondary interview, Alan decided. Separately, no pressure, just a friendly chat. Look for inconsistencies, even tiny ones. Look for any sign of stress, any tells. Meanwhile, Chloe, the analyst, had been making progress on the digital front. Sir, I found something not from Thorne's immediate vicinity, but interesting nonetheless. She brought up a new screen. On a traffic camera feed 3 blocks from Thorne's building at precisely 3:15 a.m., a black unmarked van passed through a usually quiet intersection. It was traveling slowly, no lights on, which is unusual for that hour. A black van, Alan leaned forward, unmarked. Yes, sir, and what's more, its license plate was obscured almost perfectly, too perfectly, like it was designed to be unreadable for cameras but not overtly suspicious to the naked eye. Chloe zoomed in on a pixelated image. I'm running it through an enhancement program, but it's difficult. And it matches the timeline, Alan said, a spark of hope igniting in his chest. Thorne was last seen at 3 a.m. This van was 3 blocks away 15 minutes later. It's a slim lead, but it's something. What about other activity in that area? Davies asked. Construction, late-night deliveries. Nothing scheduled for that intersection at that time, Chloe replied. It's predominantly residential with a few dormant commercial buildings. Dormant, Alan repeated. That's interesting, a good place for a quiet exchange or a temporary holding spot. I'm pulling all available footage from that area, all possible routes to and from that intersection, Chloe said, her fingers flying across her keyboard. We might be able to track its general direction even without a clear plate. This was it, the first tangible lead, however faint. It wasn't about the note or the psychological warfare. It was about the physical act, the mechanics of the disappearance. If they could find the van, they might find Thorne. As the evening wore on, the pressure grew unbearable. Midnight loomed. Alan tried to call his wife just for a moment of normalcy, but stopped himself. He couldn't burden her with this. He was alone in this impossible situation. The behavioral analyst's report on the note came back. Dr. Evelyn Reed, a renowned forensic psychologist, provided her insights. The author exhibits traits of a highly intelligent, manipulative individual. The language is designed to exert maximum psychological pressure, to frame the situation as a moral dilemma rather than a simple criminal act. The phrase scales of justice suggests an individual who views themselves as an arbiter, perhaps even feeling justified in their actions, believing they are correcting an imbalance. There's a theatricality to it, a desire for control and recognition, but also a hidden message of anger or vengeance. This is not a typical ransom note. This is a message meant to humiliate, to dominate. Alan digested this, seeing Richard Sterling's arrogant, self-righteous face superimposed on the psychiatrist's assessment. It fit perfectly. So they want to show us who's really in charge, Alan said, addressing the room. They want to prove that wealth and power can dictate justice. And they're doing a damn good job of it, Davies grumbled, rubbing his tired eyes. We still have nothing concrete on Thorne's location, and that van, while promising, is still just a ghost. Keep pushing on the van, Alan ordered, refusing to give in to despair. Every camera, every angle, Chloe, prioritize that. And Miller, I want those 2 officers from Thorne's security detail brought in. Now, tell them it's a standard follow-up. Do not, under any circumstances, let them know about the note or the deadline. Miller left, her jaw set. Alan knew this was a delicate operation. If the officers were clean, they'd be confused, perhaps annoyed. If they were compromised, they might tip off their handlers. An hour later, Miller returned, a grim expression on her face. Something came up with Officer Jennings, one of Thorne's security detail, a gambling problem, significant debts, and a recent, unexplained influx of cash into his offshore account. Alan's stomach dropped. How recent? Within the last 2 weeks, Miller confirmed, right around the time Thorne's trial date was finalized. Son of a bitch, Alan breathed, the pieces starting to click into place. Inside access, Jennings had the perfect opportunity. He was on the floor, had keys, knew the schedule. He could have disabled internal cameras, opened the door, or simply walked Thorne out under the guise of an emergency. He could have orchestrated the entire no forced entry scenario. We've got him in an interrogation room now, Miller continued. He's sticking to his story, but he's agitated, claiming it's a family inheritance, but the timeline doesn't match any known family events. Put the pressure on him, Alan commanded. Tell him we know about the money. Tell him he's facing charges for aiding and abetting kidnapping, obstruction of justice. Tell him if Thorne isn't found alive, he's looking at murder, see if he cracks. He's our best shot at finding Thorne before midnight. The next 90 minutes were agonizing. Chloe frantically worked on the van footage, while Davies researched Jennings's gambling history, trying to find connections to anyone associated with Sterling Davenport. Alan paced, his mind a maelstrom of possibilities. If Jennings was involved, then Thorne's disappearance wasn't an act of brute force, but a meticulously planned betrayal using an insider. The note, the theatricality, it all fit. A show of power, orchestrated by someone who believed they were untouchable. Then Miller's voice crackled over the intercom. Alan, Jennings is talking, he's asking for a deal, he's willing to give us Thorne's location. A wave of relief, potent and overwhelming, washed over Alan. They had a chance, a real chance. No deal yet, Alan instructed, his voice firm, fighting to keep his composure. Just the location. And tell him that if Thorne isn't there and unharmed, any deal is off the table and he'll face the full extent of the law. Every single charge we can throw at him. Moments later, a location flashed on the screen. An abandoned warehouse in the city's derelict industrial district near the waterfront. An area known for its isolated buildings, perfect for covert operations. It was a 15-minute drive maximum. Miller, Davies, assemble a tactical unit. Quietly, we move immediately. This is our window. We get Thorne, we bring him back, and we don't let anyone know we're coming. The team moved with practiced efficiency. No sirens, no flashing lights. The black SUVs blended into the late-night traffic as they sped towards the industrial district. Alan rode with Miller, his heart hammering against his ribs. The pressure was immense. If this was a trap, if Thorne wasn't there, or worse, if he was already. He pushed the thought away. They had to succeed. For Thorne, for justice, for every witness who might ever dare to speak truth to power. As they approached the target area, the streetlights grew sparse, replaced by the eerie glow of distant city lights reflecting off the river. Crumbling brick buildings loomed like silent sentinels, their windows dark, empty eyes. The warehouse Jennings described was an imposing structure, its corrugated metal siding rusted, its loading bay doors tightly shut. The tactical unit fanned out, silent figures in the gloom, their movements fluid and precise. Alan and Miller stayed back, hidden behind a derelict truck, watching as the team secured the perimeter. They confirmed no obvious signs of activity inside, no guard patrols, no visible cameras. It was either deserted or exceptionally well hidden. A small breach team moved to the main entrance, utilizing specialized tools to silently force the lock. The click echoed loudly in Alan's ears, even from a distance. The heavy door groaned open, revealing a cavernous, pitch-black interior. Clear, a voice whispered over the comms, moving inside. Alan held his breath, straining to hear anything, any sign of a struggle, a voice. But only the wind whistling through broken panes of glass met his ears. Then a sudden burst of static over the comms, followed by an urgent whisper. Contact, we have Thorne, he's alive but disoriented, securing the target. Relief so powerful it almost buckled his knees flooded Alan. Thorne was alive, they had him, they had beaten the deadline. Miller clapped him on the shoulder, a rare smile breaking through her grim facade. You did it, Alan, you got him back. Alan couldn't speak, a lump in his throat. He just nodded, his eyes fixed on the warehouse entrance. Moments later, 2 officers emerged, supporting Marcus Thorne between them. Thorne was pale, his clothes rumpled, but he was walking. He looked weak, shaken, but otherwise unharmed. Alan hurried forward, Miller at his heels. "Marcus, are you okay? What happened?" Thorne looked up, his eyes unfocused, then slowly cleared, recognizing Alan. "Carmichael, is that really you?" His voice was hoarse, raspy. They told me my family would be hurt if I didn't comply. They made me sign something, a retraction." "Don't worry about any of that now," Alan assured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You're safe, we have you, and no one is going to hurt your family." He looked at Miller. "Get him to a secure location. Medical attention, full debriefing, but no one outside this team, not even other officers, knows he's been found yet. He needs to disappear from public knowledge again, but this time under our protection." "Understood," Miller said, already issuing orders. As Thorne was carefully led to a waiting, unmarked vehicle, Alan turned back to the warehouse. The tactical unit was still sweeping the building, but it was clear that the main players were gone. They had abandoned the site, knowing their insider Jennings would eventually crack. "Find anything else?" Alan asked the team leader as he emerged. "Just signs of recent occupation," the officer reported. "A few discarded water bottles, some rations. Looks like they just cleared out, no one else here." Alan's eyes swept the empty, silent building. They had won this round, but the battle was far from over. Thorne was safe, but the ultimatum still hung in the air. Richard Sterling and his network were still out there, undoubtedly infuriated by their foiled plan and more dangerous than ever. The trial was only days away, and now they had an even more powerful weapon. Marcus Thorne's testimony of his kidnapping, of the blackmail, of the lengths Sterling Davenport would go to silence him. But for now, there was a brief, fragile moment of triumph. Thorne was safe. Back in the secure war room, a new energy crackled. The relief was palpable, but the focus was sharp. Jennings, facing a lifetime in prison, had given up everything. He detailed how he was approached, the threats to his family, the huge sums of money. He confirmed that a private security firm known for its shadowy dealings and connections to powerful corporations was behind the abduction. He gave them names, dates, locations. More importantly, he confirmed that Richard Sterling himself had orchestrated the entire operation, using an intermediary. The note was Sterling's idea, a personal challenge to Alan, a display of his untouchable power. The signed retraction Thorne mentioned, that was a contingency plan to be released if Alan chose the case over the life. So Sterling planned to not only silence Thorne, but also publicly humiliate me in the DA's office, Alan said, a cold fury rising within him. He wanted to show the world that I could be broken, that justice could be bought or threatened into submission. "He underestimated you, Alan," Miller said, a genuine respect in her voice. "No," Alan corrected, staring at the clock, which now showed 10:47 p.m. "He underestimated us. We still have just over an hour before his midnight deadline. He thinks we're defeated, that we're scrambling to make a choice. He thinks he's won, but he hasn't." He turned to his team, a steely resolve hardening his features. "We have Thorne back. We have an insider's testimony implicating Sterling directly in the kidnapping and blackmail. We have the identity of the private security firm, their operatives, and their methods. We have everything we need not just to salvage the Sterling Davenport case, but to destroy them. And we're going to do it live on their deadline." Chloe, ever practical, spoke up. "Sir, if we go public now before midnight, Sterling will know Thorne is safe. He'll know we foiled his plan." "Exactly," Alan said, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. "He thinks he's playing a game. Let's show him the game is over. He wanted a choice by midnight. He's going to get one, all right, but it's going to be my choice. The choice to bring him down completely and utterly." "But how do we present this?" Davies asked, still processing the swift turn of events. "The media is expecting a postponement for Thorne. Suddenly he's found and Sterling is implicated in kidnapping. It's going to be a firestorm." "That's precisely what we want," Alan confirmed. "A firestorm that engulfs Richard Sterling. We need to hold an emergency press conference. Immediately, before midnight, we announce Thorne has been found safe and sound. We announce that he was in fact abducted and held under duress to prevent his testimony. And we announce that we have irrefutable evidence implicating Richard Sterling and his associates in this brazen criminal act." Miller looked at him, a flicker of concern. "Are you sure about irrefutable? Jennings's testimony, while strong, is still from a compromised source, and Sterling's lawyers will tear that apart." "Jennings is just the beginning," Alan countered. "With his information, we can now launch targeted raids on the private security firm's offices, their safe houses. We'll find physical evidence, digital trails, more witnesses, and more importantly, we'll use the urgency of the press conference to create enough public pressure that even Sterling's high-priced lawyers won't be able to spin their way out of it." He looked around at the tired but now invigorated faces of his team. "This isn't just about winning a case anymore. This is about sending a clear, unequivocal message to anyone who believes they can intimidate justice. It's about showing them that no one is above the law. Richard Sterling wanted to make an example of us. We're going to make an example of him." The clock ticked towards 11 p.m. The media frenzy would be unprecedented. The city would be watching. Richard Sterling, wherever he was, would soon learn that his intricate plan had not only failed but had backfired spectacularly. Alan leaned forward, a grim smile on his face. Get the press conference ready, and make sure Richard Sterling's office receives a formal notice of his immediate arrest warrant, effective at precisely midnight. The news hit the city like a seismic shockwave. Just before the clock struck midnight, District Attorney Alan Carmichael, looking weary but resolute, stood before a packed press conference. Flashing cameras illuminated his face as he delivered the stunning announcement. Marcus Thorne, the star witness, had been found safe. But his disappearance wasn't due to personal circumstances. It was a deliberate abduction, a calculated attempt to silence him and derail the Sterling Davenport fraud trial. This evening, Alan's voice resonated with cold authority. We successfully located and secured Mr. Marcus Thorne. He is safe, albeit shaken, and receiving medical attention and support. I can confirm that Mr. Thorne was abducted and held against his will. His captors used intimidation and threats against his family to force him into signing a false retraction of his testimony. A gasp rippled through the room. The media, initially hungry for a simple update, now leaned forward, sensing a far larger story. And what's more, Alan continued, his gaze sweeping across the reporters, we have secured irrefutable evidence directly implicating Richard Sterling, CEO of Sterling Davenport, Inc., and his associates in this brazen criminal act. This was not merely an attempt to obstruct justice, it was an assault on the very foundation of our legal system. He paused, letting his words sink in. Therefore, effective precisely at midnight tonight, an arrest warrant has been issued for Richard Sterling on charges of kidnapping, witness tampering, obstruction of justice, and conspiracy. We will not allow the powerful and the wealthy to operate above the law. Justice in this city is not for sale, and it will not be intimidated. The room erupted, microphones surged forward, a cacophony of questions filling the air. Mr. Carmichael, who else is involved? What about the original fraud charges? Where is Sterling now? Alan held up a hand, a gesture for silence. All questions regarding the ongoing investigation will be addressed in due course. For now, know this, the Sterling Davenport trial, far from being derailed, will proceed. And now, armed with Mr. Thorne's invaluable testimony, it will proceed with even greater clarity and resolve. The full force of the district attorney's office will be brought to bear. He then announced that the press conference was over, turning from the podium amidst a storm of flashbulbs and shouts. As he walked away, a grim satisfaction settled over him. He had chosen, and his choice was to fight back with everything he had. Richard Sterling's penthouse office offered a panoramic view of the city, a glittering testament to his power. But at 11:58 p.m., the lights of the metropolis seemed to mock him. He stood by the window, a tumbler of amber liquid in his hand, a smug smile playing on his lips. His phone, which had been buzzing with calls from frantic lawyers and furious board members, was now silent. He had instructed them all to hold their fire, let Carmichael squirm, let him make his choice. He had expected a call, a desperate plea, a carefully worded statement of postponement. He had envisioned Alan Carmichael, humiliated and defeated, announcing the collapse of his biggest case. Then his television, muted on a financial news channel, suddenly switched to a live breaking news report. Alan Carmichael standing at a podium, his face stern. Sterling frowned, unmutes the TV. He watched, his eyes narrowing, as Alan delivered the shattering news. Thorne was safe, Sterling was implicated, an arrest warrant. The tumbler slipped from his fingers, shattering on the polished marble floor. The amber liquid spread like spilled blood. His smug smile vanished, replaced by a mask of incandescent rage. That son of a bitch, he roared, his voice echoing in the vast, opulent space. He dared to defy me. His phone began to ring again, this time with a frantic, insistent urgency. He ignored it, his mind racing. Carmichael hadn't just defied him, he had humiliated him, exposed him, painted him as a common criminal. This was a direct declaration of war. He grabbed his private line, dialing a number he rarely used. It's Sterling, he bit out, his voice a low, dangerous growl. Carmichael has crossed the line. I want him ruined, I want him destroyed, and I want Thorne silenced permanently. The city woke up to a firestorm. Every news channel, every radio station, every online outlet blared the same headlines. DA Carmichael nabs abductors, Sterling implicated in kidnapping plot, corporate titan Richard Sterling to be arrested for witness tampering, Thorne found, fraud trial takes shocking turn. Police tactical units, acting on Jennings's detailed information, simultaneously raided 2 offices and a residential safe house linked to the private security firm, Blackwood Solutions. The raids, executed under the cover of the unfolding news drama, were swift and decisive. They found digital evidence, encrypted communications, financial records linking Blackwood to Sterling Davenport, and most critically, a hidden room in the safe house containing equipment used to monitor Thorne's apartment, along with spare uniforms for Thorne's building security. They also apprehended several Blackwood operatives, including the 2 men who had physically abducted Thorne. Meanwhile, a team of detectives arrived at Richard Sterling's penthouse armed with the warrant. They found him already dressed, remarkably composed despite the gravity of the situation. He offered no resistance, simply staring at the lead detective with icy contempt. "This is a mistake," Sterling stated, his voice calm, arrogant. "A gross miscarriage of justice orchestrated by a desperate DA. You'll regret this." He was escorted out of his building, past a scrum of reporters and flashing cameras, a surreal spectacle for a man who had always navigated the world with unchallenged power. Alan watched the live feed from the secure war room, a knot of exhaustion and adrenaline in his stomach. The raids were a success. Sterling was in custody. Thorne was being debriefed and was slowly recovering from his ordeal, his testimony now stronger than ever. "We did it, Alan," Miller said, collapsing into a chair, a rare smile on her face. "We actually pulled it off." Davies, who had been orchestrating the raids from the war room, nodded, a look of grim satisfaction. "Jennings's intel was golden. We got them cold. Everything he said checked out. The operatives are singing like canaries trying to cut deals." Chloe, the analyst, meanwhile, was tracking the public fallout. "The stock market is reacting wildly. Sterling Davenport shares are plummeting. The board is in emergency session. Their PR team is in full damage control, but it's a tsunami." Alan felt a flicker of triumph, quickly tempered by the realization that this was far from over. Richard Sterling was a wounded beast, and wounded beasts were often the most dangerous. "Don't let up," Alan cautioned, rubbing his temples. "This is just the first battle. Sterling has an army of lawyers, PR experts, and hidden resources. They'll try to discredit Thorne, discredit Jennings, discredit us. They'll dig for dirt, create false narratives. We need to be ready for everything." He looked at Miller. "Get Thorne moved to an even more secure, undisclosed location, round-the-clock protection. No contact with anyone outside our direct team, not even family, until we say so. His safety is paramount." "Understood," Miller replied, already on her feet. "And Jennings," Alan continued, "ensure his deal is airtight. We need to protect him too. He's a crucial witness, despite his complicity." As the initial chaos subsided, the grim reality of the legal battle ahead began to settle in. Sterling's arrest was a huge victory, but it was merely the opening salvo in a much larger war. The fraud trial, now combined with charges of kidnapping and witness tampering, would be the most sensational in the city's history. The next few days were a blur of activity. Sterling's legal team, led by the formidable and notoriously ruthless defense attorney Randall Thorne, no relation to Marcus Thorne, immediately launched an aggressive counteroffensive. They painted Alan Carmichael as an ambitious prosecutor willing to bend the rules for a high-profile conviction. They attacked Jennings's credibility, portraying him as a corrupt officer fabricating stories to save his own skin. And they suggested that Marcus Thorne himself might have orchestrated his own disappearance for personal gain, or a reduced sentence in some imagined prior wrongdoing. "It's a classic move," Alan explained to his team during a late-night strategy session. "Overwhelm with doubt, confuse the jury, muddy the waters. Randall Thorne is a master at it." Miller slammed a fist on the table. "It's infuriating. They're twisting everything, making us look like the bad guys." "That's their job," Alan said, though a cold anger simmered beneath his calm exterior. "Our job is to present the unvarnished truth, and we have it. We have the physical evidence from Blackwood Solutions, the digital trails, the operative's confessions, and most importantly, Marcus Thorne's eyewitness account of his abduction." Marcus Thorne, though still recovering from the trauma, was resolute. He had spent hours with Miller and a team of debriefers, detailing every moment of his abduction, the threats to his family, and Sterling's explicit instructions delivered through his captors. He described the warehouse, the individuals involved, the moment he was forced to sign the retraction. His testimony was chilling, believable, and now, backed by Jennings's account and the evidence from Blackwood Solutions, irrefutable. "He's a strong witness," Miller reported after one session. "He's angry, and that anger is fueling his desire for justice. He won't crack." Alan nodded, relief washing over him. Thorne was not only safe, but he was ready to fight. As the pretrial hearings commenced, the media attention intensified. Every detail, every legal maneuver was dissected by pundits and legal experts. Alan found himself constantly under scrutiny, his every word, his every expression analyzed. He was no longer just the district attorney, he was the face of the prosecution against one of the city's most powerful figures. His personal life began to suffer under the strain. He barely slept, surviving on coffee and adrenaline. His apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a fortified bunker, constantly monitored by his dedicated security detail. He still couldn't bring himself to tell his wife the full extent of the threats he faced, trying to shield her from the danger. But she wasn't oblivious. She saw the exhaustion in his eyes, the tense set of his jaw, the constant presence of security around him. One evening, after a particularly grueling day of hearings where Randall Thorne had savagely attacked the DA's office's investigative procedures, Alan found a note slipped under his office door. not the chilling, elegant cursive of Sterling's earlier message, but a hastily scrawled anonymous printout. You think you've won? This is just the beginning. Drop the case or face the consequences. It was a crude, direct threat lacking the theatricality of the first note. But it was a stark reminder that even with Sterling in custody, his network of influence, his desire for vengeance, remained potent. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. He showed the note to Miller and Davies. Sterling still has people on the outside, Allen stated, his voice flat. This is a warning. They're testing us, seeing if we'll back down. We'll ramp up your security even further, Davies said, his face grim. And we'll cross-reference the paper and ink with the Blackwood evidence. It might be a distraction or it might be from a new player. The new threat, though less sophisticated, reinforced Allen's conviction. Sterling wouldn't give up easily. He would continue to fight dirty, to exert pressure from behind bars, to try and undermine the case in any way he could. The city held its breath as the trial date approached. The prosecution meticulously built their case, weaving together the complex financial fraud with the dramatic kidnapping plot. They presented the evidence from Blackwood Solutions, the confessions of the operatives, Jennings's damning testimony, and Marcus Thorne's powerful emotional account. They showed how Sterling Davenport had systematically defrauded investors of billions, and how Richard Sterling, in a desperate attempt to avoid justice, had resorted to extreme criminal measures. The defense, true to Randolph Thorne's style, attempted to poke holes in every piece of evidence. They argued that Jennings was a known gambler, an unreliable witness with a motive to lie. They claimed the Blackwood operatives were coerced into confessing. They suggested Marcus Thorne fabricated his abduction for a lighter sentence on unspecified past transgressions, though they could never provide any evidence of such transgressions. They painted Alan Carmichael as a zealot, obsessed with bringing down a successful businessman, using sensational accusations to advance his career. The courtroom was a battlefield. Every day brought new revelations, new accusations, new legal skirmishes. The judge, a stoic woman named Judge Eleanor Vance, maintained tight control, but even she couldn't fully contain the tension and drama that permeated the proceedings. One afternoon, during a particularly intense cross-examination of a forensic accountant, Allen's secure phone, which he kept on his person at all times, buzzed. It was a message from Miller, urgent. Chloe just found something concerning. Meet me in the war room ASAP. A cold dread coiled in Allen's stomach. He excused himself from the courtroom, his mind racing. What could be so urgent in the middle of a trial? Had Sterling found a new way to strike? Was Thorne's security compromised? He arrived in the war room to find Miller and Chloe hunched over a large screen, their faces tight with concern. Davies was also there, his usual calm replaced by a troubled frown. What is it? Allen asked, his voice sharp. Chloe turned, her eyes wide. Sir, I've been digging deeper into Sterling Davenport's offshore accounts and shell companies, following the money trail we uncovered with Blackwood. It's incredibly complex, but I found something that doesn't quite fit the pattern of corporate fraud or even the kidnapping payments. She brought up a series of financial transactions, a tangled web of transfers through obscure offshore banks. These payments, they're significant, very high value, but they're not going to known associates or even traditional criminal enterprises. They're being routed to a charity, a very legitimate-looking charity operating in developing countries. Allen frowned. A charity? What's suspicious about that? Wealthy individuals often donate to charities, sometimes to launder money, but this seems too legitimate. That's what I thought at first too, Chloe said, zooming in on one of the transactions. But the amounts are unusually large, even for Sterling, and they're not flowing outward in a typical donation pattern. They seem to be accumulating in this charity's accounts, then being siphoned off, not for humanitarian aid, but for something else. Davies interjected, his voice low. I recognize the name of the charity, Global Compassion Initiative. It's a highly respected organization. My wife volunteers with them occasionally. Exactly, Chloe said. Their public profile is impeccable. But when I tracked where the siphoned funds eventually ended up, it's deeply unsettling. They're being funneled into a network of seemingly legitimate but actually defunct or ghost companies, which then funnel money to individuals we've identified as having ties to a major international criminal syndicate. Allen felt a chill. A criminal syndicate? What kind of syndicate? One involved in human trafficking, weapons dealing, and illicit technologies, Miller said, her voice grim. We've been monitoring them tangentially for years, but they're incredibly elusive. High-level, untouchable figures. They operate globally. Sterling is connected to that, Allen asked, disbelief warring with a growing sense of dread. The fraud, the kidnapping, they were horrific, but this was on an entirely different scale. Chloe nodded. The payments from Sterling Davenport through the charity to these ghost companies and then to the syndicate, they're too precise, too consistent to be accidental. It looks like Sterling isn't just dealing with them. He's a major financial backer or perhaps even a partner in some of their operations. But why use a charity as a front? Allen pondered. It's needlessly complex if it's just about moving money. That's the disturbing part, Davies said, taking over. Global Compassion Initiative has legitimate operations in extremely vulnerable regions, regions plagued by conflict, poverty, and displacement. They have access to populations who are desperate, easy to manipulate, and hard to track. A horrifying realization dawned on Alan. They're not just moving money, they're moving people, or something far worse. We believe Sterling Davenport was using the charity's infrastructure, its legitimate access and goodwill to facilitate the syndicate's operations, Chloe confirmed, her voice barely above a whisper. Not just for money laundering, but possibly for moving goods or even people under the guise of aid. The scale of the transactions suggests something far more intricate than just a simple financial arrangement. Alan leaned back, suddenly feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders. This wasn't just a corporate fraud case anymore. This wasn't even just a kidnapping. This was a direct link to one of the most dangerous, insidious criminal networks on the planet. Richard Sterling wasn't just a ruthless businessman. He was a monster operating under a veil of respectability. This changes everything, Alan murmured, his mind racing through the implications. If this information gets out now during the trial, it could not only derail the Sterling Davenport case, but it could expose a vast global criminal enterprise. It could put countless lives at risk, including those of the charity workers who are completely unaware of this dark underbelly. And it would paint Sterling as an even more despicable villain, Miller added. But the defense would argue it's a desperate attempt by the prosecution to sensationalize the case and prejudice the jury. Randall Thorne would have a field day. We can't just sit on this, Alan decided. This is too big. We have a moral obligation to act, but we have to be strategic. We can't jeopardize the trial and let Sterling walk on the fraud and kidnapping charges, only to go after him on a far more complex international case that could take years to build. So what's the play? Davies asked, his eyes fixed on Alan. Alan stared at the tangled web of transactions on the screen, his mind grappling with the enormity of the discovery. This was a crossroads. He could choose to focus solely on the Sterling Davenport trial, aiming for a swift and decisive victory on the charges they already had. Or he could pivot, risking everything to expose a deeper, more sinister truth that could have global repercussions. The anonymous threat note, the crude warning, suddenly made more sense. This wasn't just about the fraud case. This was about Sterling's true power, his real connections, and the terrifying extent of his influence. He wasn't just trying to avoid jail, he was trying to protect a far greater, darker empire. We need to secure this information, Alan stated, his voice firm, cold. Every detail, every transaction. Chloe, I want you to make multiple encrypted backups. Do not let this leave this room, not even to other agencies, until we have a clear strategy. Understood, sir, Chloe replied, her fingers already flying across the keyboard. And we need to bring in someone from an international task force, Alan continued. Someone who deals with these kinds of syndicates. Someone we can trust implicitly, someone who understands the need for absolute secrecy. We can't risk this leaking and tipping off Sterling's international partners. Miller looked hesitant. Bringing in an outside agency, especially a federal or international one, will be incredibly difficult to keep under wraps, and it could complicate our current trial. It's a risk we have to take, Alan insisted. This isn't just about the city anymore. This is about global justice. Sterling's reach is far wider and more dangerous than we ever imagined. We need bigger guns. He thought for a moment, then a name came to mind. Agent Julian Vance. A seasoned FBI agent he'd worked with on a complex cross-border money laundering case years ago. Vance was known for his integrity, his discretion, and his ability to navigate the shadowy world of international crime. More importantly, he had a reputation for getting results quietly and effectively. I'll make the call, Alan decided. Agent Julian Vance, he owes me a favor. Tell him it's a matter of national security, that it involves a high-profile target currently on trial, and that it needs to be handled with extreme prejudice and secrecy. Davies raised an eyebrow. High-profile target on trial, you think he'll figure out at S. Sterling? He's sharp enough, Alan said, but he'll understand the need for discretion, and he'll understand the stakes. This isn't just a case, it's a direct threat to global stability. The decision made, a new wave of tension filled the war room. The Sterling Davenport trial, already a pressure cooker, now had a hidden, far more dangerous layer. Alan felt a renewed sense of purpose, but also a chilling awareness of the true power he was up against. Sterling wasn't just a local problem, he was a global threat. And Alan had just unwittingly walked into the heart of his dark empire. The next day, the trial continued, seemingly unaware of the seismic shift in the prosecution's understanding of Richard Sterling. Alan, his face a careful mask of composure, continued to present evidence against Sterling Davenport, focusing on the financial fraud and the kidnapping. He watched Sterling in the defendant's box, a man who still exuded an aura of calm arrogance despite the mounting evidence against him. Alan now saw him in a new, terrifying light, a puppet master pulling strings in a far larger, more sinister game. Later that evening, after court adjourned, Alan met Agent Julian Vance at a discreet, nondescript coffee shop far from the courthouse. Vance was exactly as Alan remembered him, sharp, quiet, with an intense gaze that missed nothing. He nursed a black coffee, listening intently as Alan laid out Chloe's findings, the financial trails, the charity front, the links to the international syndicate. Vance remained silent for a long moment, processing the information, his face unreadable. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, devoid of emotion. "This is significant, Alan, potentially massive. We've been tracking this syndicate for years, a ghost in the machine. We knew they had high-level financial backing, but we could never pinpoint the source." "Sterling is the source," Alan confirmed, "or at least one of them. The payments are undeniable." "The use of Global Compassion Initiative is ingenious and despicable," Vance mused, rubbing his chin. "It provides cover, access, and plausible deniability. Who would suspect a legitimate aid organization?" "Exactly," Alan said, "and it raises the terrifying possibility of what else they're using the charity for. Human trafficking, smuggling sensitive materials. The possibilities are endless and horrifying." "We need to move with extreme caution," Vance stated, his eyes fixed on Alan. "If this syndicate gets wind that we're onto them, especially through Sterling, they could go dark, vanish, or worse, retaliate with extreme prejudice. And if this information leaks during your trial, it could compromise years of intelligence gathering, not just ours, but from Interpol and other agencies." "I understand the risks," Alan said, "but we can't ignore this. We have Sterling in custody. We have a direct link. This is our chance to crack open this network." "You're right," Vance agreed. "Here's what we do. My team will start a parallel, completely covert investigation into Global Compassion Initiative and the associated ghost companies. Chloe will feed us all her data securely. We'll use our contacts, our resources to trace the money, identify the key players in the syndicate, and understand the full scope of their operations." "In the trial," Alan asked. "For now, you focus on the trial," Vance instructed. "Get your conviction on the fraud and kidnapping. That's crucial. It keeps Sterling locked up, unable to coordinate from the outside, but more importantly, it buys us time. We don't introduce this new evidence into your current trial. It's too complex, too dangerous, and too risky. It could lead to a mistrial, and that's a luxury we can't afford." Alan bristled slightly. "So we just sit on this, let the jury decide without knowing the full truth of who Sterling really is?" "For now, yes," Vance said, his gaze unwavering. "Think of it this way, Alan, you're building a bridge. Right now you're securing the foundation. When Sterling is convicted and behind bars, that foundation is solid. Then and only then can we start building the next phase, the deeper investigation. We'll hit him with new charges, perhaps federal, perhaps international, once we have a fully fleshed out case against his syndicate ties." It made strategic sense, Alan knew. To introduce such a massive, complex layer to the current trial would be a disaster. The defense would use it to confuse the jury, claim prosecutorial overreach, and potentially sow enough doubt to get Sterling acquitted on all charges. The risk was too high. But the idea of holding back such vital information, of not exposing the full extent of Sterling's depravity, gnawed at him. "What about the anonymous threat?" Alan asked, pulling out the printout he received. "Do you think it's connected to the syndicate?" Vance examined the note carefully. "It's crude, as you noted, not Sterling's style or his direct subordinates, but it could be a warning from the syndicate, a test, or a message from someone lower down the chain who is still loyal to Sterling or simply afraid of what he might reveal." "It suggests they know we're getting close to something bigger," Alan observed. "Indeed," Vance agreed, "which is why absolute secrecy is paramount. From this moment on, only you, Miller, Davies, Chloe, and myself will know about this new line of inquiry. Not even the judge, not your other colleagues, and certainly not the media. Anyone else who might gain even a hint of this information becomes a liability or worse, a target." Alan nodded, the weight of the new secret settling heavily upon him. He had thought the Sterling Davenport case was the biggest challenge of his career. Now he realized it was just the tip of a much larger, more dangerous iceberg. He was no longer just a prosecutor. He was an unwitting operative in a global war against forces far more powerful and insidious than he could have ever imagined. "Keep me updated, Vance," Alan said, pushing his untouched coffee away. "And if anything at all, comes up during your investigation that could directly affect the safety of my team or Thorne, you tell me immediately." "You have my word, Alan," Vance replied, standing up. "We're in this together, but remember, for now, the trial is your priority. Secure the conviction, we'll handle the shadows." As Vance left, blending seamlessly back into the anonymous city crowd, Alan felt a profound sense of isolation. The truth he now carried was too dangerous to share, too explosive to reveal prematurely. He had to compartmentalize to maintain two separate realities, the public spectacle of the Sterling Davenport trial and the hidden, high-stakes investigation into a global criminal empire. He returned to his office, the glow of the city lights reflecting off his window. The trial was only in its third week. There were still weeks, perhaps months, of grueling legal battles ahead. He had to remain focused to secure the conviction against Sterling, to ensure he was put behind bars for the fraud and kidnapping. Only then could they truly begin to dismantle the hidden empire he had discovered. The anonymous threat note still lay on his desk, a chilling reminder of the forces aligned against him. He had won the first round, but the real fight, the fight for justice on a global scale, was only just beginning. And he was in it alone, armed only with a small, trusted team and a terrible secret. The trial lumbered on, each day a grinding battle of wills and evidence. Allen and his team meticulously presented their case, building a formidable narrative of corporate greed, deception, and the shocking lengths Richard Sterling would go to silence a witness. Marcus Thorne, pale but resolute, delivered his testimony with a quiet dignity that resonated deeply with the jury. His detailed account of his abduction, the threats to his family, and Sterling's relayed demands through his captors painted a damning picture. Jennings, the compromised officer, despite Randall Thorne's brutal cross-examination, largely held his nerve, his testimony corroborated by the evidence from Blackwood Solutions. Outside the courtroom, the media continued its frenzied coverage, portraying Sterling as the quintessential villain and Alan Carmichael as the crusading prosecutor. Public opinion was overwhelmingly on Allen's side, but he knew public opinion didn't always translate into a conviction. Behind the scenes, the covert investigation with Agent Vance's team was progressing, albeit slowly and with extreme caution. Chloe continued to dig, meticulously tracing the flow of illicit funds through the Global Compassion Initiative. Vance's agents, working undercover in various international hotspots, began to piece together fragments of information, linking the syndicate to a wider array of nefarious activities: rare earth mineral smuggling, state-sponsored cyberespionage, and even the illicit trading of ancient artifacts. The deeper they dug, the more terrifying the scope of Sterling's involvement became clear. He wasn't just a financier, Allen, Vance told him in a hushed late-night call. He was an architect. His financial expertise, his network of shell companies, his legitimate business fronts, they were all vital to the syndicate's operations. He helped them legitimize their illicit gains, move their assets, and obscure their true activities. He's deeper in this than we initially thought. The revelations only strengthened Allen's resolve in the courtroom. He had to convict Sterling, not just for the fraud and kidnapping, but to cripple this shadowy empire. One afternoon, as the defense began to present its case, Randall Thorne dropped a bombshell. He called to the stand a former executive of Sterling Davenport, a man named Jeremy Finch, who had been fired years ago under a cloud of embezzlement allegations. Finch, looking suitably repentant, testified that Marcus Thorne had approached him years ago, attempting to sell proprietary company information to a rival firm. Mr. Thorne, by his very nature, is a man who seeks to profit from betrayal, Randall Thorne declared in his opening statement to the jury regarding Finch. He is not a victim, he is a mercenary. This alleged kidnapping was merely a charade designed by Mr. Thorne and the ambitious district attorney to fabricate a narrative that would enhance Mr. Thorne's credibility and secure a reduced sentence for his own previous dealings. The courtroom buzzed with renewed energy. It was a classic character assassination, a desperate attempt to undermine Marcus Thorne's credibility and paint him as a schemer. Allen knew it was a lie, a fabricated story by a disgruntled former employee, but the seed of doubt had been planted. "We need to expose Finch's motivations," Allen told Miller and Davies that evening. "He was fired for embezzlement. He's clearly holding a grudge against Sterling, but also against the company. Randall Thorne must have paid him a fortune to come up with this concocted story." "Chloe's already on it," Miller reported, tracking Finch's recent finances, looking for any unusual payments, any contact with Randall Thorne or Sterling's people. The pressure intensified. The defense was fighting back, and they were fighting dirty. They would stop at nothing to save Sterling. A few days later, Chloe burst into the war room, her face a mixture of excitement and disbelief. "Sir, I found something on Finch. It's not just money from Sterling's people, it's a lot more complicated. Finch has been funneling money, not just to himself, but to a network of individuals with ties to, well, it's going to sound crazy." "Nothing sounds crazy anymore, Chloe," Allen said, leaning forward. "Spit it out." "Finch has been making payments to several individuals who are currently employed as maintenance staff, IT specialists, and even a few low-level administrative assistants in various government offices throughout the city," Chloe explained, pointing to a complex web of transactions on the screen, including the DA's office. Allen felt a sudden cold rush. "The DA's office? Are you saying we have a mole or multiple moles inside our own building?" "It looks that way, sir," Chloe confirmed, her voice grim. "The payments aren't massive, but they're consistent. Just enough to be a steady, untraceable income stream for people with regular, legitimate access to secure government buildings and systems." Davies slammed his fist on the table. "Son of a bitch, Sterling planted spies, not just to find information, but to sow discord to create vulnerabilities." "It explains the anonymous threat notes," Miller added, her eyes wide. "Someone on the inside, someone with access to Allen's apartment building security and to the DA's office potentially. They've been feeding information, possibly even tampering with evidence or preparing to do so." Alan felt a profound sense of betrayal, his own office, his own people potentially compromised. The thought was sickening. Chloe, isolate those accounts, Alan ordered, his voice tight with suppressed fury. Prioritize the DA's office, identify every recipient, and do it quietly. We can't have this leak, not now, not ever. Understood, sir, Chloe said, her face grim as she began her rapid search. Miller Davies, Alan continued, turning to his deputies. This changes everything. We have to assume our communications are compromised, our files accessible. We need to implement a full internal security lockdown, no digital communication on this topic. All meetings in this room only, with all devices confiscated. Every interaction, every piece of paper needs to be handled with extreme caution. Davies nodded, his jaw set. We'll start with physical sweeps for bugs, even in this room, and we'll discreetly monitor the identified individuals, look for behavioral changes, suspicious activities. Discreetly is key, Alan emphasized. We can't spook them. If they know we're onto them, they could go deeper underground or worse, destroy critical evidence or tip off Sterling and his syndicate partners. We need to catch them red-handed, understand the full extent of their reach. The weight of the new betrayal pressed down on Alan. He had trusted his team, his office. Now doubt gnawed at him. Who among the faces he saw every day was a traitor? Who was feeding information to the enemy? The trial, already a high-stakes battle, had just become a war fought on two fronts, publicly in the courtroom and covertly within his own walls. The next few days in court were agonizing. Randall Thorne hammered away at Marcus Thorne's credibility, using Jeremy Finch's fabricated testimony to sow seeds of doubt. Alan felt a growing frustration, knowing he had vital information that could expose Finch as a liar and uncover a deeper plot, but unable to use it without compromising the internal investigation. He had to play a slower, more deliberate game. During cross-examination, Alan focused on Finch's past embezzlement charges, his motive for revenge against Sterling Davenport, and the timing of his allegations, which conveniently surfaced only when Sterling was facing a lifetime in prison. Mr. Finch, Alan began, his voice calm but piercing, you testified that Marcus Thorne attempted to sell proprietary information. Yet you never reported this alleged incident to law enforcement at the time, did you? Finch shifted uncomfortably on the stand. It was a sensitive matter, Mr. Carmichael. I believe the company would handle it internally. Or perhaps, Alan countered, stepping closer, there was no incident to report. Perhaps you're fabricating this story now, years later, to assist Mr. Sterling in his current legal predicament in exchange for a consideration. Randall Thorne immediately objected, calling it speculative. Judge Vance sustained the objection, but Alan had made his point. He had highlighted Finch's unreliability and his potential motive, subtly undermining his testimony without revealing the far more dangerous truth. Despite Alan's efforts, the media latched onto Finch's testimony, creating a new narrative of Thorne as a morally ambiguous figure. The public, always eager for scandal, began to question Thorne's integrity, threatening to erode the prosecution's carefully built narrative. Meanwhile, Chloe, working tirelessly in the secured war room, identified several individuals within the DA's office who had received payments linked to Finch. They were mostly mid-level staff, a records clerk, an IT technician, and a paralegal who often handled scheduling for Alan's personal office. The payments were small enough not to immediately raise alarms, but consistent enough to indicate ongoing service. The IT tech Mark Benson has access to our network infrastructure, Chloe reported, her voice hushed. The records clerk, Sarah Jenkins, handles physical files, including some of our pretrial exhibits. And the paralegal, Lisa Chen, has direct access to your calendar, your call logs, even your personal notes sometimes, sir. Alan felt a jolt of icy fear. Chen had direct access to his office. She could have slipped the anonymous threat note under his door. She could have been listening, observing, reporting on his every move. We need to secure all their access points immediately, Alan instructed, his voice low and dangerous. Change all sensitive passwords, implement new two-factor authentication for everything. And Mark Benson, if he has administrative access, he could be doing far more than just reporting information. He could be planting malware, siphoning data, creating backdoors. Davies, who had been conducting discreet surveillance on the identified individuals, reported, Benson has been spending unusual hours in the office, late at night, often alone. He claims to be working on system upgrades, but he's been evasive about specifics. Jenkins has been seen taking photos of documents with her phone. And Chen, she's been too close to your private office, Alan, always just tidying up or organizing files. The implications were dire. Sterling hadn't just planted moles, he had infiltrated the very heart of their operation. They needed to move swiftly but cautiously to extract these individuals and secure their information without causing a panic or alerting Sterling's wider network. We bring them in one by one, Alan decided. Discreetly, start with Lisa Chen. Miller, you and I will handle her. Davies, prepare for the others. Chloe, ensure we have a full digital footprint of their activities before we move. We want to know exactly what they've been doing. The interrogation of Lisa Chen was short and brutal. Allen and Miller met her in a small, windowless interview room far from the bustling offices. Chen, a seemingly innocuous paralegal in her late 20s, initially feigned innocence, claiming the payments were for freelance administrative work she did for a friend of Finch's. Allen laid out the evidence: Chloe's meticulously tracked financial transfers, the specific dates and amounts, the direct links to Finch. He explained that obstructing justice, even through indirect means, carried severe penalties. Miller, silent but imposing, watched Chen's every flicker of emotion. Eventually, under the weight of the evidence and the veiled threats of legal consequences, Chen broke. Tears streamed down her face as she admitted to passing on information about Allen's schedule, his important meetings, and certain case details. She confessed to slipping the anonymous threat note under his door, admitting it was from Finch, who had relayed Sterling's intent. She also confirmed that Benson and Jenkins were involved, and that Benson had indeed installed monitoring software on certain network segments, though she didn't know the full extent of its capabilities. "They threatened my family, Mr. Carmichael," Chen sobbed, her voice trembling. "They knew about my mother's medical bills, my sister's tuition. They said they would make sure we lost everything if I didn't cooperate." Allen felt a pang of conflicting emotions, anger at her betrayal, but also a chilling realization of the syndicate's ruthless efficiency. They had found her weakness, just as they had found Jennings's. "Did you pass on information about Agent Vance?" Allen asked, his voice sharp. "About the international investigation?" Chen shook her head frantically. "No, sir, I swear I didn't know anything about that. Finch just wanted to know about the trial, about Mr. Thorne's security, about your strategy." Her ignorance on the Vance connection was a small mercy. It meant the deepest secret was still secure. "What about the physical evidence, the files?" Miller asked. "Did you tamper with anything?" Chen sniffled, shaking her head again. "No, just reported what I saw, what I heard, and the note. Finch told me it was just to scare you, to make you back off." Allen didn't believe it was just about scaring him. It was about control, about showing him that Sterling had eyes and ears everywhere. With Chen's confession, Benson and Jenkins were swiftly apprehended and interrogated. Benson, the IT technician, proved to be far more deeply compromised. He admitted to installing sophisticated spyware and a remote access backdoor into the DA's network, allowing Sterling's people to access files, communications, and even internal security camera feeds. He also confessed to periodically deleting certain digital logs and creating false audit trails to cover his tracks. "They wanted everything, sir," Benson mumbled, his face ashen. "Financial records, witness statements, even copies of the evidence we were preparing for court. They wanted to know our strategy, our weaknesses." Jenkins, the records clerk, admitted to photographing sensitive documents and sharing them, including drafts of Marcus Thorne's debriefing reports, which explained Randall Thorne's uncanny ability to anticipate some of the prosecution's arguments. The scope of the infiltration was staggering. Sterling had been operating with an almost complete view of their prosecution strategy, directly from inside their own office. The anonymous threats, the seemingly random questions from the defense, it all made terrifying sense now. "Secure all their digital devices, their personal computers, everything," Allen commanded, his anger now cold and precise. "We need to extract every piece of data they've handled, every communication they've made. Chloe, this is your new top priority. Every file, every email, every chat log. We need to know exactly what Sterling has seen and what he's planning." The three moles were immediately arrested and charged with obstruction of justice, conspiracy, and espionage. The official explanation to the public would be that they were apprehended during a routine internal audit, a necessary measure to protect sensitive information during a high-profile trial. The truth that they were Sterling's spies was kept under wraps, a secret too dangerous to reveal. The DA's office went into lockdown. Network access was temporarily restricted, systems were wiped and reinstalled, and all personnel were subjected to new, stringent security protocols. The atmosphere was tense, trust fractured. Allen walked the halls, meeting the worried gazes of his honest employees, knowing the deep damage this breach had caused to their morale and sense of security. The revelations about the moles cast a long shadow over Allen's world. He now knew unequivocally that Sterling was not just fighting the charges, he was fighting a war on every front imaginable, using every dirty trick in the book. The thought that his own team, his own sanctuary, had been compromised gnawed at him constantly. He met with Agent Vance again, this time at a remote, secluded safe house provided by the FBI. Vance listened to Allen's account of the moles with a grim expression. "It confirms our suspicions, Allen," Vance said, sipping his coffee. "Sterling is not just a mastermind of financial fraud, he's a master manipulator of information. He knew the value of having eyes and ears inside your operation. He was running a full-scale intelligence operation against you." "And it explains how Randall Thorne seemed to know our every move," Allen added, running a hand through his hair. "He wasn't just good, he was cheating." "Precisely," Vance confirmed. It gives us another layer of understanding of Sterling's capabilities. His network isn't just about money or muscle, it's about information warfare. This also reinforces the need for extreme caution with the international syndicate information. If he had moles in your office, imagine what he has elsewhere. Vance then updated Allen on the progress of the covert investigation. His team had made significant breakthroughs. They had managed to trace some of the siphoned funds from Global Compassion Initiative to a shell company in the Cayman Islands, which then routed money to a shadowy arms dealer operating out of Eastern Europe. They had also intercepted communications suggesting that the charity's aid shipments were being used to transport more than just humanitarian supplies. We have reason to believe that some of Global Compassion Initiative's medical supply shipments are being loaded with sophisticated surveillance equipment and even small arms, covertly of course, Vance explained, his voice low. These are then distributed to conflict zones, not for aid but for the syndicate's own purposes. And in return, they're bringing out rare earth minerals, illicit technologies, and even individuals who are then trafficked for various purposes. Allen felt a wave of nausea. So the charity isn't just a financial front, it's a logistical one too. They're using the goodwill of actual aid workers to facilitate their criminal enterprise. That's the chilling reality, Vance confirmed. The charity workers themselves are completely innocent, unaware that their noble efforts are being exploited for such heinous crimes. It's a brilliant, monstrous strategy. And Sterling is at the heart of this, Allen said, his voice laced with disgust. He's a key node, Vance corrected. He provides the financial architecture, the legitimate business cover, the expertise in obscuring trails. Without him, the syndicate would have a much harder time operating at this scale and with this level of plausible deniability. The implications were staggering. Sterling was not just a white-collar criminal, he was an enabler of truly horrific global atrocities. This wasn't just about a city's justice system. It was about human lives, international security, and the very fabric of global aid. We need to bring this to the attention of the jury, Vance, Allen insisted, the moral imperative burning within him. They need to know the true nature of this man. They need to see the monster he truly is. Vance shook his head, his expression regretful. I understand your sentiment, Allen, truly, but we can't, not yet. The evidence we have is still largely circumstantial for court, even if we know it's true. It's a complex web of international transactions, intercepted communications, and undercover intelligence. It would take months, perhaps years, to build a case solid enough to stand up in court, separate from your current trial. So we let him get away with it for now, Allen pushed, feeling a deep injustice. We secure the conviction you're fighting for now, Vance reiterated. That's our priority, get him locked up. Then once he's behind bars, we launch the full-scale international investigation. We'll build a federal case against him based on these new revelations. We'll hit him with charges of international trafficking, illegal arms dealing, money laundering on a global scale. We'll expose the syndicate, but first you have to win the battle you're in. Allen sighed, running his hands over his face. He understood the logic, the strategic necessity. Introducing this massive, complex, and still developing international conspiracy into a city-level fraud and kidnapping trial would be a disaster. It would confuse the jury, open the door for mistrial arguments, and potentially allow Randall Thorne to cast enough doubt to free Sterling entirely. The stakes were too high. He had to trust Vance's judgment, had to play the long game. But it felt wrong, a compromise of justice. What about the moles? Allen asked, changing the subject. Could they have given Sterling any information about this new line of inquiry? From Chen's testimony, it doesn't seem so, Vance replied. But Benson's backdoor access is concerning. We need Chloe to analyze every piece of data they extracted, looking for any mention, any keyword, anything that could have tipped off Sterling or his partners. We're already scrubbing your office's network for any residual malware, but we have to assume a level of compromise. Your security and the security of Marcus Thorne remains paramount. Allen nodded. The more he learned, the deeper the rabbit hole went. Sterling wasn't just a powerful executive. He was a hydra with heads in every dark corner of the globe. And Allen was only just beginning to see the true scale of the monster he was fighting. Back in the courtroom, the trial reached its crescendo. The prosecution presented its closing arguments, meticulously weaving together the narrative of corporate fraud, the desperate attempt to silence Marcus Thorne, and the ruthless kidnapping. Allen delivered a powerful, impassioned speech, reminding the jury of their duty to uphold justice against those who believed they were above the law. He focused on the concrete evidence, the financial records, the Blackwood Solutions raids, the confessions of the operatives, Jennings's testimony, and Marcus Thorne's harrowing account. Randall Thorne, in his closing, continued his masterful defense, attempting to discredit every piece of evidence. He attacked Marcus Thorne's character, reiterated Finch's false testimony, portrayed Jennings as a desperate, corrupt officer, and painted Alan Carmichael as an overzealous prosecutor hungry for a trophy conviction. He suggested that the kidnapping was a fabrication, a desperate ploy by Marcus Thorne to escape his own alleged misdeeds. The jury deliberated for 4 long, agonizing days. Allen paced his war room, his stomach in knots. The fate of the Sterling Davenport case and the future of his secret war against the international syndicate hung in the balance. Miller, Davies, and Chloe were equally on edge, constantly refreshing news feeds, monitoring any leaks or whispers. On the fifth day, the call came. The jury had reached a verdict. Alan's heart hammered against his ribs. He walked back to the courthouse, the media scrum a chaotic blur around him. The courtroom was packed, the air thick with anticipation. Richard Sterling, looking impeccably dressed, sat beside Randall Thorne, his face a mask of calculated indifference. Judge Vance entered and the room fell silent. "Has the jury reached a verdict?" she asked, her voice clear and strong. The foreperson, a stern-faced woman, stood. "We have, Your Honor." On the charge of conspiracy to commit wire fraud, how do you find the defendant, Richard Sterling? Guilty. A collective gasp swept through the courtroom. Sterling's face twitched, but he remained outwardly composed. On the charge of conspiracy to commit mail fraud, how do you find the defendant, Richard Sterling? Guilty. Another wave of murmurs. The fraud charges, the foundation of the case, were secured, but the real test lay in the kidnapping and witness tampering charges. On the charge of kidnapping, how do you find the defendant, Richard Sterling? The foreperson met Alan's gaze, her voice firm. Guilty. A ripple of shock and relief. Alan felt a surge of triumph. They had done it. They had convicted him of the most serious charges. On the charge of witness tampering, how do you find the defendant, Richard Sterling? Guilty. 4 counts of guilty. The courtroom erupted in a mix of shouts and cheers, quickly gavelled down by Judge Vance. Randall Thorne looked visibly shaken, his usual composure shattered. Sterling's mask of indifference finally broke, replaced by a flicker of pure, incandescent rage directed squarely at Alan. Alan met his gaze, a cold, unyielding resolve in his eyes. This was not just a victory, it was a declaration. Justice in this city was not for sale, and Richard Sterling, for all his power and influence, was finally brought down. The aftermath of the verdict was a whirlwind. News of Sterling's conviction dominated every headline. Public reaction was overwhelmingly positive, praising Alan Carmichael and his team for their relentless pursuit of justice. Marcus Thorne, now fully vindicated, was finally able to step out of the shadows, albeit still under protective custody. He met with Alan, a look of profound gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you, Alan," Thorne said, his voice stronger now. "You saved my life, you saved my family. I don't know how I can ever repay you." "You already have, Marcus," Alan replied, a hand on his shoulder. "By having the courage to speak the truth, that's what justice is all about." Jennings, having cooperated fully, was granted a significantly reduced sentence for his involvement, becoming a witness protection recipient. The moles within the DA's office faced the full extent of the law. The office began the long process of rebuilding trust and fortifying its defenses against future threats. Richard Sterling was immediately remanded into custody, awaiting sentencing. His lawyers, led by a furious Randall Thorne, vowed to appeal, but the evidence was overwhelming. For now he was behind bars, stripped of his power, his empire fractured. In the quiet solitude of his war room, Alan allowed himself a moment of grim satisfaction. He had secured the conviction just as Vance had urged. He had won the first battle, but the war, the secret global war, was far from over. Agent Vance called that evening, his voice tight with suppressed excitement. "Congratulations, Alan, a significant victory and a crucial first step." "What's next, Julian?" Alan asked, already anticipating the answer. "Now we begin the real work," Vance replied. "With Sterling locked up, he's vulnerable. We can apply pressure, perhaps even turn him, although I doubt it. But more importantly, his absence leaves a vacuum in the syndicate's operations. It creates chaos, and chaos creates opportunities for us to strike." "So the full-scale investigation," Alan confirmed, a new wave of adrenaline coursing through him. "Indeed," Vance said, "my team is already mobilizing. We're working with Interpol, Europol, and other international agencies. Chloe's data has been invaluable. We're identifying key syndicate members, mapping their financial networks, tracking their assets. We're going to dismantle this monster piece by horrifying piece." "And what's my role now?" Alan asked. He was the district attorney focused on city justice. This was a different game entirely. "Your role, Alan, is to continue securing your city," Vance explained, "but also to provide support as a liaison, as a local expert, and most critically to maintain absolute secrecy regarding this ongoing international investigation. Sterling may be in jail, but his network is still out there, and they will be furious. They will be looking for answers, looking for the person who brought down their financier." Alan felt a chill. He knew that meant he was still a target, perhaps an even bigger target now. The anonymous threat note, the moles in his office, those were just initial skirmishes. The true retaliations, the true danger lay ahead. He also knew that he couldn't stop now. He had glimpsed the true horror of Sterling's empire, the global suffering it caused. He was morally bound to see this through. "Consider me in, Julian," Alan said, his voice firm. "Whatever you need within my authority, I'll provide it. Just keep me informed, keep me safe, and keep Marcus Thorne safe. We've come too far to let them win. You have my word, Alan, Vance replied. The net is cast, the hunt begins. Weeks turned into a month. Sterling's sentencing was swift and severe, a lifetime in federal prison for the fraud, kidnapping, and witness tampering charges. He remained defiant, promising an appeal, but the conviction was solid. The DA's office slowly began to heal. New security measures were put in place, new personnel hired, and a renewed sense of purpose emerged. Alan, however, remained vigilant, his senses heightened. His security detail was still a constant presence, and he still only communicated sensitive information in the secure war room with all devices checked. Behind the veil of his public duties, Alan continued to work with Vance's team. Chloe, now integrated into the International Intelligence Network, provided crucial digital forensic support, identifying new shell companies, deciphering encrypted communications, and mapping out the syndicate's command structure. She was a silent, indispensable weapon in their arsenal. The intelligence pouring in from Vance's agents was chilling. They uncovered evidence of the syndicate's involvement in election interference in developing nations, sophisticated cyberattacks against critical infrastructure, and even the illicit acquisition of biological agents. Sterling, it turned out, had not just been a financier. He had connected the dots, facilitated the flow of resources, and provided the veneer of legitimate business for these terrifying operations. They are far more organized and far more dangerous than we ever imagined, Vance reported during one of their discreet meetings. They operate with state-like precision, leveraging technology, corruption, and fear to achieve their goals, and they have deeply embedded assets in governments, corporations, and even international organizations. The thought that such a powerful, insidious network operated largely unseen, manipulating global events from the shadows, filled Alan with a profound sense of urgency. One evening, after another long day of reviewing intelligence reports, Alan found himself alone in his office, the city lights twinkling outside. He stared at a photograph of his wife on his desk, a beautiful, smiling face that represented everything he was fighting to protect. The burden of the secret, the constant threat, the knowledge of the horrors Sterling had enabled, it weighed heavily on him. He still couldn't tell her the full truth, not without endangering her. He knew the syndicate was likely aware that Sterling's conviction was no accident. They would be searching for the catalyst, for the force that had shattered their financial architecture, and that force, he knew, was him. His secure phone, which had been silent for hours, suddenly buzzed. It was an incoming message from Vance, encrypted. Alan quickly opened it, his heart pounding. The message was short, stark, and terrifying. Alan, we have intercepted chatter. The syndicate is aware of our movements. They believe a leak from the Sterling trial led to the exposure of their operations. They've put out a contract on you and on Marcus Thorne. They're calling it retribution for exposure. Alan felt an icy hand grip his chest. It had begun, the real fight, the fight for his life, for Thorne's life, and for the chance to bring down a global monster. He was no longer just a prosecutor, he was a target, and the hunt had turned personal. The shadows were coming for him. The message burned into Alan's mind. A contract on him and on Marcus Thorne, retribution for exposure. It wasn't a warning like the crude note from Finch. This was a death sentence delivered by a shadowy global entity. The quiet hum of the city outside his office window suddenly felt menacing, every shadow a potential threat. He immediately called Vance. Julian, I just got your message. What does intercepted chatter mean? How credible is this? Vance's voice, usually calm, was edged with urgency. It's highly credible, Alan. We've been monitoring their internal communications, their dark web channels. They're furious about Sterling's conviction, about the sudden disruption to their financial pipeline. They don't know how we found out, but they correctly attributed it to the fallout from the trial. They believe you and Thorne are the primary architects of their current headaches. So they're not just trying to scare us anymore, Alan stated, the words tasting like ash. They're trying to eliminate us. Exactly, Vance confirmed. They operate with brutal efficiency when provoked, a public execution, a message to anyone else who might consider interfering with their operations. What's the immediate plan? Alan asked, his mind already racing through every scenario, every vulnerability. Enhanced security, obviously, Vance replied. My agents are already en route to your location. Stay put. Do not leave your office until they arrive and secure the perimeter. We're also dispatching a specialized tactical unit to Marcus Thorne's safe house. We need to move him immediately to a more secure, undisclosed location. Alan felt a knot of dread. Moving Thorne was a massive logistical challenge, and every move was a risk. What about my wife? He asked, his voice strained. The thought of her being caught in this crossfire was unbearable. We've already initiated protocols for protecting close family members of high-risk targets, Vance assured him. Our team will secure her residence discreetly and keep her under constant watch. She won't know the full extent of the threat, but she'll have protection. A small measure of relief, quickly overshadowed by the enormity of the situation. And the contract itself, how do they typically operate? They don't use traditional hitmen, Vance explained. They have a vast network of deniable assets, disgruntled former operatives, desperate individuals, even seemingly legitimate contractors who owe them favors. They prefer accidents or disappearances, but won't shy away from something more overt if it sends a stronger message. The key is that they operate globally, so the threat could come from anywhere, anyone. This changes everything, Julian, Allen said. We can't just react defensively, we need to strike back. We need to use this as an opportunity to hit them harder. My thoughts exactly, Vance replied, a steely resolve entering his voice. This contract is a direct provocation. It gives us leverage. It gives us justification to accelerate our timeline. We've identified a key individual, a logistics coordinator for the syndicate based in a small island nation in the Caribbean. He's responsible for coordinating many of the illicit shipments through Global Compassion Initiative. We believe he's the one who would be activating these assets for the contract. His name, Allen pressed. Valerius Kale, Vance supplied. He's cunning, ruthless, and incredibly elusive. Our intelligence suggests he's a direct link between Sterling's financial structures and the syndicate's ground operations. Taking him out of play would cripple a significant part of their network and potentially shed light on the deeper leadership. So the plan isn't just defense, Allen surmised. It's a counteroffensive. Precisely, Vance confirmed. We're launching a rapid covert operation to extract Kale. It's high risk, but the intelligence we could gain from him, especially regarding the contract on you and Thorne, would be invaluable. And removing him will send a clear message back to the syndicate. We're not backing down. I want Chloe involved, Allen said immediately. Her digital forensic skills are unparalleled. She can help us trace Kale's digital footprint, track his communications, find any vulnerabilities. She's already being briefed, Vance said. Her secure terminal is being relocated to our central intelligence hub. But Allen, you need to understand this isn't just about the current situation. This is about taking the fight to them. The next few days, weeks will be the most dangerous of your life. Every decision, every move will have life or death consequences. I understand, Julian, Allen replied, his gaze hardened. The fear was still there, a cold knot in his stomach, but it was now overshadowed by a fierce determination. He had crossed a line, a point of no return. He was no longer just prosecuting a case, he was fighting for his life and for a justice that extended far beyond the city limits. Let's get Kale. Within minutes, Allen's office was swarming with Vance's agents. They were quiet, efficient, and heavily armed. They swept the room for listening devices, checked every entry point, and established a secure perimeter. The lead agent, a no-nonsense woman named Agent Harding, moved with a practiced calm that was both reassuring and unnerving. Mr. Carmichael, we need you to pack a small bag, Harding instructed, her voice low. You'll be relocated to a secure, undisclosed FBI safe house. Your regular security detail will be integrated with our team. All communication will be through secure channels monitored by our specialists. Allen nodded, understanding the gravity. This wasn't just a temporary measure, this was a fundamental shift in his life. He quickly packed a few essentials, his mind still reeling from the sudden escalation. As he left his office, he took one last look at the city lights, knowing that the public facade of his life was now irrevocably shattered. The drive to the safe house was a blur of darkened streets and hushed instructions. The safe house itself was a fortress, tucked away in a remote, heavily wooded area outside the city. It was comfortable but sparse, designed for functionality and security. He was given a secure satellite phone and a direct line to Vance. Meanwhile, Chloe was immersed in the whirlwind of the FBI's intelligence hub. Surrounded by screens displaying a constant stream of data, maps, and intercepted communications, she felt the thrill of being at the heart of a global operation. Her skills, once confined to corporate fraud, were now being applied to tracking international criminals, decoding their networks, and identifying their weaknesses. We have Kale's last known location, a private villa on a secluded cove in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A senior intelligence analyst informed her, pointing to a holographic map. He's heavily guarded, very paranoid. What we need, Chloe, are real-time vulnerabilities. Any patterns, any habits, any digital breadcrumbs that can give our extraction team an edge. Chloe's fingers flew across her keyboard. She dove into Kale's digital life, or what little of it existed in the public sphere. She cross-referenced his known associates, his travel patterns, his financial transactions, and any faint digital traces he might have left. It was a painstaking process, like sifting through sand for grains of gold. He uses a highly encrypted messaging service for all his communications, likely bespoke, Chloe reported after hours of intense work. But he has a peculiar habit. Every Tuesday at precisely 8 p.m. local time, he sends a series of coded messages to a specific unlisted satellite phone number, always from the same private IP address, which traces back to a highly secure server farm in Estonia. This isn't just operational chatter, it's a detailed debriefing, likely to someone very high up in the syndicate. An unlisted satellite phone, the analyst mused. That's a new one, but the consistency, that's a pattern we can exploit. If we can intercept that debriefing, Chloe continued, her eyes gleaming with focus, It could give us critical intel on the syndicate's structure, their next moves, and perhaps even details on the contract on Allen and Thorne. Vance, who was monitoring Chloe's progress, immediately saw the opportunity. Chloe, can we get a decryption key for that service, or at least a way to clone the communication? It's highly advanced, sir, Chloe admitted, but not impossible. If we can get a direct tap on that Estonian server farm, it's a long shot, but technically feasible with the right resources. It would require a highly skilled cyber operative and deep access. Vance made a quick call. Get our top cyber warfare unit on standby. Chloe, you will provide them with every detail, every nuance of Kale's digital signature. We're going to hit Kale's physical location and his digital one simultaneously. The extraction team, a small, elite unit of FBI HRT operatives, began their preparations. They trained relentlessly, rehearsing the intricate maneuvers required to infiltrate a fortified villa on a remote island. Speed, precision, and absolute stealth were paramount. Back at the safe house, Allen was briefed on the Kale operation. He felt a surge of adrenaline mixed with a chilling awareness of the danger. This wasn't a courtroom anymore. This was a real-world battlefield. Marcus Thorne has been successfully relocated to a different, even more secure facility, Vance informed Allen during a video call. He's being kept updated, and he understands the gravity of the situation. He's also offered to assist in any way he can, especially with any financial details related to Kale. Keep him safe, Julian, Allen reiterated. He's been through enough. That's the plan, Vance replied. But the key now is Kale. If we get him, we get answers. If we fail, the syndicate will double down on you and Thorne, and their message will be even more brutal. The pressure was immense. Allen knew that every hour that passed was another hour the syndicate had to mobilize their assets to find a way to reach him or Thorne. He spent his time reviewing Kale's known associates, poring over intelligence reports, trying to find any overlooked detail, any weakness. He felt the weight of responsibility for the lives of the agents, for Thorne, for his own family. The day of the Kale operation dawned, humid and cloudless over St. Vincent. The HRT team moved in under the cover of a moonless night, their movements as fluid as shadows. Simultaneously, the FBI's elite cyber warfare unit, guided by Chloe's precise instructions, launched their assault on the Estonian server farm. Chloe watched the digital battlefield unfold on her screens, a knot of anxiety and excitement in her stomach. The cyber operatives navigated layers of firewalls and encryption, racing against time to breach the server farm and establish a tap before Kale's scheduled debriefing. In St. Vincent, the HRT team, led by a seasoned operative named Commander Rourke, approached Kale's villa from the ocean using stealthy submersibles. They encountered heavily armed guards, but Rourke's team moved with surgical precision, neutralizing threats without raising an alarm. Back at the Intel hub, Vance maintained a direct link with both teams. Allen, at the safe house, listened intently, the crackle of static the only indication of the high-stakes drama unfolding thousands of miles away. Cyber team status, Vance barked into his comms. We're in, sir, a voice replied, a hint of triumph. Initiating tap on Kale's server, preparing to mirror his outgoing transmission. A minute later, Chloe confirmed, tap confirmed, sir. We are mirroring the data, starting decryption algorithms. It's a custom cipher, very strong. Simultaneously, Commander Rourke's voice came over the line. Kale's villa secured. One high-value target neutralized. We have Valerius Kale alive and subdued. A collective cheer erupted in the Intel hub. Allen let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. They had Kale, and they had his communication stream. The first major blow had been struck. The HRT team swiftly extracted Kale, moving him to a waiting black site for interrogation. The cyber team continued its work, racing to decrypt Kale's debriefing before the window of opportunity closed. Chloe, fueled by caffeine and adrenaline, focused on the encrypted data. The cipher was indeed complex, but Kale in his arrogance had left tiny, almost imperceptible digital signatures in his code. Small stylistic flourishes, fragments of metadata that Chloe recognized from her earlier deep dives into Sterling Davenport's most obscure transactions. It was like Kale and Sterling had shared a similar, sophisticated yet flawed digital handprint. I think I have a lead on the decryption, sir, Chloe exclaimed, her voice hoarse but triumphant. Sterling Davenport's internal communications from years ago, they used a proprietary encryption protocol that shared some similar architectural flaws to this. I think Kale either developed it with Sterling or acquired it from him. Hours later, after a frantic, collaborative effort with the cyber team, the first fragments of Kale's debriefing began to emerge. The data was raw, unfiltered, and terrifying. Kale was indeed debriefing a high-ranking syndicate member, referring to him only as the architect. His report detailed the disruption caused by Sterling's conviction, the frantic attempts to reroute funds, and the increasing pressure from other syndicate members. But then, the decrypted messages took a more sinister turn. The target, Carmichael, and the witness, Thorne, must be eliminated. The message must be clear. Begin preparations for the Phoenix Protocol. Initiate Phase 1 Destabilization. Chloe gasped. Phoenix Protocol Destabilization, what does that mean? It means they're not just sending a hitman, Alan, Vance said, his face grim as he read the translation. It means they're planning something far more complex, far more disruptive. Destabilization in syndicate terms can mean anything from manipulating markets to inciting civil unrest to orchestrating political chaos. It's designed to create a smokescreen to distract and to ultimately achieve their objectives while causing maximum collateral damage. And it targets me and Thorne, Alan finished, his voice cold. What does that look like? Phoenix Protocol is their advanced retaliation strategy, Vance explained. It's designed not just to eliminate targets, but to destroy their reputation, their support network, their entire lives before the final strike. It could be planting false evidence, exposing fabricated scandals, manipulating the media, or even framing you for crimes you didn't commit. All designed to isolate you, discredit you, and make you an easier, more palatable target for their ultimate goal. Alan felt a chill crawl down his spine. This wasn't just about survival, it was about protecting his integrity, his legacy, everything he had fought for. And the Syndicate wasn't just coming for him, they were coming for his entire world. We need to identify the architect, Alan declared, and we need to understand the full scope of this Phoenix Protocol. Kale has the answers, we need to break him. Valerius Kale was a tough nut to crack. He was a man hardened by years in the shadows, trained to resist interrogation. But the FBI's specialized interrogators were equally tenacious, leveraging Kale's isolation, his fear of the Syndicate's own retribution, and the overwhelming evidence they had. After days of intense psychological pressure, Kale began to crack. He admitted to coordinating the Phoenix Protocol, confirming that its primary objective was to utterly destroy Alan Carmichael's credibility and public standing, and subsequently Marcus Thorne's, making their eventual elimination seem less like a targeted assassination and more like the tragic end of disgraced figures. They want to turn the public against you, Mr. Carmichael, Kale rasped, his eyes darting around the sterile interrogation room. To make you a villain, that way when you disappear or die in an accident, no one will mourn you, they'll just move on. Who is the architect? Alan asked directly, facing Kale through a secure monitor. Who is giving these orders? Kale hesitated, a visible fear in his eyes. He is everywhere and nowhere. He is the mind behind the veil. Sterling was just a tool, a very useful tool. The architect orchestrates everything. Give us a name, Kale, Vance's interrogator pressed. Give us a location, give us something we can use. Kale finally broke, a flood of information pouring out. His real name is Alistair Vance. He's Julian Vance's brother. He disappeared years ago, presumed dead, but he resurfaced, twisted, brilliant, and became the true leader of the Syndicate. He uses his former connections, his knowledge of global intelligence, to anticipate and counter every move against him. Alistair Vance, Alan felt a cold shock. Julian's brother, the man he trusted whose agents were now protecting him, had a brother who was the architect of this global criminal empire. The irony was as cruel as it was terrifying. He immediately looked for Julian Vance, whose reaction to the news had to be catastrophic. Vance, standing beside Alan in the command center, went utterly still when Kale spoke the name. His face drained of all color, his eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and profound horror. He staggered back, leaning against a console, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Alistair, Julian whispered, the name a ghost from his past. It's not possible, he died 20 years ago in a classified operation overseas. He faked his death, Julian, Kale explained, seeing Vance's reaction. He saw the corruption in the world, the futility of fighting it from within. He decided to build his own world, his own order from the shadows. He used his knowledge, his contacts to build this syndicate. Sterling was just one of many pieces on his board. The revelation was a hammer blow. The leader of the insidious syndicate was not some faceless monster, but the brother of the very man leading the charge against him. It was a betrayal on a profound, personal, and professional level. Julian Vance, after a moment of stunned silence, pushed away from the console, his jaw set, his eyes burning with a cold fury Alan had never seen. This is a lie, Kale, a desperate attempt to sow discord. It's the truth, Agent Vance, Kale insisted, seeing the raw pain on Julian's face. He thrives on secrecy, he trusts no one, but he has a twisted respect for you, for your integrity. He watches you, he knows your every move, he always has. The implications were dizzying. If the architect was Julian's brother, a man who had faked his death and had intimate knowledge of intelligence operations, then he was far more dangerous than they could have imagined. He would know their protocols, their weaknesses, their very methods. Julian Vance, struggling to compose himself, turned to Alan. Alan, I understand if you need to distance yourself, if you can't trust me. His voice was laced with pain, with a profound sense of personal failure. Alan met Julian's gaze. He saw not a traitor, but a man shattered by an unimaginable betrayal. Julian, this changes nothing about my trust in you, Alan said, his voice firm. You are fighting this monster, and if he's your brother, then that makes your resolve even stronger. He is the enemy. Your family ties mean nothing to me now, only your commitment to justice." A flicker of gratitude mixed with immense grief crossed Julian's face. "Thank you, Alan, we will get him, no matter the cost." Cale continued to provide details, driven by a desperate hope for leniency. He revealed that Phase 1 of the Phoenix Protocol involved a multi-pronged attack on Alan Carmichael's public image. It included a sophisticated media smear campaign, planting fabricated evidence of ethical misconduct, and orchestrating a series of public scandals designed to discredit him. "They plan to expose evidence that you, Mr. Carmichael, accepted bribes from Marcus Thorne during the trial," Cale divulged. "They have doctored bank statements, fake recordings, even witnesses ready to testify to your alleged corruption. They will plant these in various places, leak them to the most sensationalist media outlets. They want to turn your city against you." Alan felt a fresh wave of disgust. Bribes from Thorne, the very man he had fought so hard to protect and exonerate. It was a classic tactic: accuse the prosecutor of the very corruption he was fighting against. "And for Marcus Thorne," Alan pressed, "they will release evidence that his kidnapping was indeed a fabrication, a charade, just as Randall Thorne suggested," Cale explained. "But they'll add layers of detail, fake communications, even confessions from former operatives who will claim Thorne orchestrated the whole thing to escape his real criminal past, an embellished, fictional past they've created for him." The plan was chilling in its scope and its ruthlessness. It aimed to destroy both men's credibility, making them pariahs, paving the way for their physical elimination. "Chloe, every word Cale has given us, cross-reference it," Vance commanded, his voice now devoid of any emotion other than grim determination. "Identify every possible point of attack for this Phoenix Protocol. Every media outlet, every digital platform, every individual mentioned. We need to anticipate their moves. We need to counter their narrative before it even begins." Chloe, already several steps ahead, was furiously typing, her screens a blur of data. "I'm already flagging key phrases, potential disinformation vectors, and identifying the media contacts Cale mentioned. We're also monitoring the deep web for any prepositioning of these fabricated materials." The war had just escalated to an intensely personal, psychological battle. Alan was no longer just a target for assassination. He was a target for absolute destruction, his reputation, his life's work, everything he held dear. And the enemy was a ghost, a brilliant, twisted mind who held a devastating personal connection to his most trusted ally. The battle for public opinion began subtly, almost imperceptibly. First, anonymous online forums, usually hotbeds of conspiracy theories, began to feature posts questioning Alan Carmichael's motivations. They hinted at improprieties during the Sterling trial, suggesting that his relentless pursuit of Sterling was driven by ambition, not justice. Then small independent blogs, usually ignored by mainstream media, picked up the narrative, adding layers of fabricated detail. Chloe, constantly monitoring the digital landscape, flagged these early warning signs. "It's starting, sir," she reported, her voice tight. "Phase 1, they're seeding the ground, testing the waters." Julian Vance, now a man consumed by a cold, burning purpose, immediately activated countermeasures. His team, working with Chloe, began to trace the origins of these posts, identifying the bot networks and the proxy servers used to conceal their true source. They deployed their own digital assets, subtly undermining the false narratives, planting seeds of doubt about the credibility of the sources. "We can't just shut them down, Alan," Vance explained. "That would confirm they're hitting a nerve. We have to discredit them, make them look like desperate conspiracy theorists. We fight fire, but with intelligence and subtlety." The next wave was more direct. A minor but widely read investigative news site published an article citing unnamed sources within the legal community, alleging that Alan Carmichael had a history of ethical breaches, including using questionable tactics to secure convictions in past cases. The article was vague, yet insidious, designed to chip away at Alan's meticulously built reputation. Alan felt the sting of the attacks. It was disheartening to see his life's work twisted, his integrity questioned, but he refused to be distracted. He knew this was just the beginning. "We need to expose the sources, Julian," Alan insisted. "Show the public these are fabricated lies, part of a targeted campaign." "We're working on it," Vance replied. "Our intelligence suggests they have a network of compromised journalists, or at least highly suggestible ones, who are being fed these stories. The architect is leveraging his knowledge of media operations, knowing how to manipulate the news cycle without leaving direct fingerprints." The climax of Phase 1 arrived with a devastating blow. A prominent national news outlet, one with a reputation for serious investigative journalism, broke a story alleging that Alan Carmichael had received substantial, untraceable cash payments through a series of offshore accounts during the Sterling Davenport trial. The article presented doctored bank statements, fake wire transfer confirmations, and even a supposed confession from a low-level accountant who claimed to have facilitated the payments from a shell company linked to Marcus Thorne. The impact was immediate and catastrophic. The city, which had celebrated Allen as a hero, now reeled in shock and betrayal. His phone exploded with calls from reporters, from colleagues, from concerned friends. Public opinion, once overwhelmingly in his favor, plummeted. Calls for his resignation, for an independent investigation, for a mistrial in the Sterling case echoed across social media and news channels. It's a masterstroke of disinformation, Allen, Vance said grimly, looking at the unfolding crisis on a bank of screens. They've hit you where it hurts the most, your credibility, your reputation for honesty, and they've linked it directly to Thorne, sowing doubt on his testimony and the entire trial. Allen stared at the fabricated bank statements, his jaw clenched. They were so professionally done, so believable. The level of detail, the specific dates and amounts, the clever interweaving of truth and fiction, it was the work of a genius, a truly malicious one. We have to fight back, Julian, Allen said, his voice hard. We have to expose this as a lie now. We will, Vance promised. Chloe has already identified the digital forensics of the doctored documents. It's highly sophisticated, but there are telltale signs. We're preparing a counter-narrative exposing the fabrication, but it will be a race against time. Public perception, once poisoned, is incredibly difficult to change. The office of the district attorney became a pressure cooker of chaos and crisis management. Miller and Davies worked tirelessly to defend Allen's reputation, issuing statements refuting the accusations, but the damage was done. The seeds of doubt had been planted deeply. Even some within Allen's own staff, those not privy to the secret war, looked at him with questioning eyes. They're going for total isolation, Allen realized as he watched his public support crumble. They want to make me vulnerable, friendless, before they make their final move. That's the Phoenix Protocol, Vance confirmed. They want to destroy you piece by piece. The next step, according to Cale, is to escalate the legal pressure. They'll try to get you suspended, perhaps even indicted for these fabricated crimes, and then they will move to eliminate you physically. The gravity of the situation settled on Allen like a shroud. He was fighting for his life, his career, and his entire future. And the enemy, the architect, was always one step ahead, lurking in the shadows, orchestrating his downfall with a horrifying precision. As the media storm raged, the legal fallout began. Pressure mounted from city council members and a governor seeking re-election. Calls for Allen's immediate suspension grew louder, citing the overwhelming evidence of corruption. An independent ethics committee was convened, tasked with investigating the allegations against him. Allen found himself in a surreal position, simultaneously fighting for his career and for his life. He spent grueling hours with his own legal team disproving the doctored evidence, meticulously tracing the actual flow of funds and showcasing his unblemished financial history. But it was a slow, painstaking process, and the public, swayed by the sensational headlines, was already convinced of his guilt. Meanwhile, Agent Vance's team was working overtime to counter the Phoenix Protocol's second phase. Chloe traced the origin of the doctored bank statements to a dark web forum, uncovering a sophisticated network of digital forgers and disinformation specialists. She found evidence of large cryptocurrency payments made from accounts linked to shell companies previously identified as syndicate fronts. We're connecting the dots, Allen, Vance reported during a secure video call. We're building a case against the forgers and the media operatives involved, but publicly exposing this entire network without revealing the full extent of the syndicate's operations is incredibly difficult. We risk tipping off the architect to our countermoves. We have to take that risk, Julian, Allen insisted. My reputation, my career are on the line. We can't let them destroy me from the inside out. Julian nodded grimly. We will, but the timing has to be precise. We need to strike when it has the most impact, when it can expose the entire fabrication and turn the tide of public opinion back in your favor. And we need to have enough evidence to prosecute those involved, not just discredit them. The weeks that followed were a blur of public accusations, ethics hearings, and covert counterintelligence. Allen maintained a public facade of stoic resilience, continuing his duties as district attorney, though many now viewed him with suspicion. He moved through the city he had sworn to protect, feeling like an outsider, a pariah. His security detail was beefed up even further, a constant physical reminder of the contract on his head. One evening, after a particularly bruising day, Allen returned to the safe house. He walked into the secure war room, where Davies, Miller, and Chloe were hunched over their screens, their faces illuminated by the glow of data. "Sir, we have a breakthrough," Chloe announced, her voice strained but triumphant. "I've found irrefutable evidence that the accountant who claimed to have facilitated the bribes is actually a known associate of Valerius Cale. He's a former low-level operative for the syndicate with a history of perjury. We have his encrypted communications detailing how he was coached, how he received his payments for fabricating his testimony." A wave of relief washed over Allen, quickly followed by a surge of renewed determination. "That's it," he declared. "That's our lever. We expose him, we expose the fabrication, and we link it back to the syndicate. We show the public that this isn't just about me, it's about a global criminal enterprise trying to undermine justice." Vance, who joined the call remotely, agreed. It's time. We've been gathering enough evidence to make this stick. We'll expose the entire smear campaign, connect it directly to Kale and by extension to the architect without revealing his true identity just yet. We'll use this to not only clear your name, Alan, but to publicly confirm the existence of a deeper, more dangerous criminal network, laying the groundwork for the federal charges against Sterling and the wider syndicate. The plan was set. The FBI, working with Alan's office, prepared a massive press conference. They meticulously compiled the evidence, Chloe's digital forensics proving the doctored documents, the intercepted communications from the accountant, and Kale's initial admissions under interrogation. The day of the press conference was electric with anticipation. Alan, standing beside Vance, faced a packed room of journalists, his expression grim but resolute. He systematically dismantled every accusation against him, presenting the irrefutable evidence of the smear campaign, the fabricated documents, and the orchestrated perjury. This was not a matter of ethical misconduct, Alan stated, his voice resonating with authority. This was a sophisticated, malicious attack by a dangerous international criminal syndicate. They sought to discredit me, to undermine the justice system, and to silence those who dare to stand against them. He presented the evidence linking the fabricated testimony and doctored documents directly to Valerius Kale, painting a chilling picture of the syndicate's reach and ruthlessness. He explained how they had infiltrated the media, manipulated public opinion, and attempted to destroy his reputation. The reaction was immediate. The news cycle, which had been condemning Alan, now shifted dramatically. Outrage replaced suspicion. The public, feeling manipulated, turned their anger towards the shadowy forces attempting to corrupt their justice system. Alan Carmichael, once a pariah, was now hailed as a hero, a victim of a vicious global conspiracy. The Ethics Committee swiftly cleared his name, issuing a scathing condemnation of the forces behind the smear campaign. The national news outlet that had broken the initial story issued a full retraction and apology, vowing to investigate their own sources. Phase 1 of the Phoenix Protocol had been thwarted. Alan's reputation was not only restored but fortified, his credibility ironclad. He had weathered the storm, but he knew the battle was far from over. Despite the public victory, the personal danger to Alan remained acute. The syndicate, led by the architect, had been humiliated. They would not forget, nor would they forgive. The counterstrike had solidified Alan's position as a primary target. Vance met with Alan at the safe house, his face etched with concern. "You've won a major battle, Alan. You've exposed their tactics, turned their own weapons against them. But it means you're now a symbol, a direct challenge to the architect. The contract on your head will only intensify." "I understand, Julian," Alan replied, the weight of the new reality heavy on him. "What's the next move?" "Kale, under sustained pressure, has given us more," Vance revealed. He indicated that the architect maintains a highly secure mobile command center. It's a ghost in the system, moving constantly, untraceable. But Kale provided us with a series of dead drops and encrypted communication. Protocols. These weren't physical locations, they were digital breadcrumbs, a highly intricate trail designed to be almost untraceable. "He calls it the Phantom Grid," Vance explained, gesturing to a complex holographic projection in the war room. It showed a dizzying array of interconnected nodes, constantly shifting and reconfiguring. The architect uses these digital dead drops to relay orders, receive intelligence, and manage his operations. They're like temporary encrypted mailboxes that appear and disappear within seconds, leaving no trace. Kale knew the pattern, the sequence of their activation, and the specific encryption keys used for each drop. Chloe, her eyes gleaming with renewed focus, was already immersed in the data. "It's brilliant, sir, a truly ephemeral network. The encryption keys are generated using a quantum entanglement algorithm. It's nearly unbreakable without the right seed phrase and the precise timing of the key generation." Kale supplied the seed phrases and the timing algorithms for the upcoming drops, Vance confirmed. He wants full immunity, of course, for this, but the information is proving invaluable. He claims the architect uses this phantom grid to operate a truly mobile command center, a fortress on wheels, or perhaps wings, or even sails. It never stays in one place for long, moving constantly to avoid detection. Alan looked at the swirling data on the screen, a sense of awe mixed with profound dread. This wasn't just a criminal organization, it was a ghost, a phantom empire run by a genius with boundless resources and an intimate knowledge of intelligence countermeasures. "So our goal is to intercept a communication through this phantom grid, track the source, and pinpoint the mobile command center," Alan asked, trying to simplify the monumental task. "Precisely," Vance affirmed. "Chloe and her team are working with our top cryptographers. We're targeting the next series of dead drops scheduled over the next 72 hours. If we can intercept the right message, we might get a lead, but the architect is incredibly cautious. He communicates sparingly and always with maximum obfuscation." Julian Vance, despite the professional resolve, carried a palpable weight. The revelation that the architect was his brother, Alistair, had shaken him to his core. Alan saw him often staring into the middle distance, a haunted look in his eyes. The pain of betrayal, the horror of what his brother had become, was a constant presence. Julian, Alan said, approaching him one evening after Chloe had reported another dead end, are you okay to lead this? I know this must be incredibly difficult. Vance turned, his gaze distant. Alistair, he was brilliant, Alan, always, even as a child. He saw the world in patterns and systems. He was idealistic once, fiercely so. He believed he could change the world for the better. When he disappeared after that botched operation, I mourned him. I truly believed he was dead. To think he faked it all, that he's been building this monster, it's unfathomable. He paused, his voice thick with emotion. But yes, Alan. I am more than okay to lead this. In fact, I have to. He betrayed everything we stood for, everything I believed in. He twisted his brilliance into something vile. I will bring him down, for justice, yes, but also for the brother he once was. Alan nodded, understanding the depth of Vance's resolve. It was a personal war for Julian now, fueled by a profound sense of duty and a broken heart. The next 72 hours were a blur of intense, nerve-wracking work. Chloe and her augmented team dove deep into the phantom grid, meticulously recreating the algorithms provided by Kale. They built sophisticated mirroring systems, designed to intercept the ephemeral data packets before they vanished. The first dead drop was a bust. Only a small, innocuous message, a test perhaps from the architect probing for vulnerabilities. The second yielded a heavily encrypted data burst that defied their initial decryption attempts. He's changing the encryption key algorithm on the fly, Chloe reported, frustrated but determined. Kale's information is good, but the architect is adapting. He knows we're probing. He's like a phantom chess player, always 3 steps ahead. Alan felt the pressure mounting. Each failed attempt meant lost time, and every minute was a risk to his and Thorne's lives. The syndicate wouldn't let their contract go unfulfilled for long. Meanwhile, Agent Harding and Alan's security detail were working tirelessly to mitigate risks. They ran constant sweeps of the safe house, monitored all external communications, and even intercepted multiple attempts to probe Alan's personal digital footprint, phishing attempts, social engineering tactics, all designed to gather information for the next phase of the Phoenix Protocol. They're still trying to find weaknesses, sir, Harding reported one morning. We've blocked several sophisticated attempts to compromise your personal accounts and those of your family. It seems they're still trying to collect information for another angle of attack. The knowledge that his family remained a potential target, even with Vance's protection protocols, gnawed at Alan. He found himself pacing his room at night, replaying scenarios, searching for an edge, a way to protect them all. On the final day of the 72-hour window, as the last scheduled dead drop approached, tension in the war room was palpable. Chloe looked haggard, her eyes bloodshot, but her focus was unwavering. We've identified a pattern within the quantum entanglement keys, Chloe announced suddenly, her voice cutting through the silence. It's subtle, almost imperceptible, a specific recurring anomaly in the entanglement decay. Kale didn't mention it, probably didn't even know it was there. It's like a digital fingerprint. Vance leaned forward, his eyes alight. Can you exploit it? Potentially, Chloe replied, already typing furiously. If we can predict the anomaly, we can anticipate the key shift. It will be for a fraction of a second, but it might be enough to get a clean mirror of the next message and even a partial trace of the origin server. The final dead drop was scheduled for midnight. As the clock ticked down, the war room descended into a hushed, intense vigil. Chloe's fingers danced across her keyboard, her code a symphony of precision and speed. At precisely midnight, the phantom grid activated. A burst of data appeared, shimmering on Chloe's screen. Now, Chloe shouted, a mix of exhaustion and triumph in her voice. We have it, mirroring the data, it's a full capture. A wave of relief swept through the room, but Chloe wasn't finished. And I have a partial trace. The origin server is mobile, but it's transmitting from a highly unusual location. It's not a land-based relay, and it's not a conventional satellite. It's coming from a maritime platform, a vessel. Vance immediately sprang into action. Marine intelligence, cross-reference all known syndicate assets, all suspicious vessel activity in the region. Find me a vessel capable of housing a mobile command center, transmitting with that signature. The intelligence teams scrambled, their screens filling with maritime charts and vessel manifests. After a frantic 20 minutes, a match appeared. Sir, we have a possible candidate, an analyst called out. A deep-sea research vessel registered under a shell corporation in Panama, the Nautilus Ascendant. Its recent movements are erratic, inconsistent with its declared research objectives, and its power consumption and communications array match the signature Chloe identified. Vance stared at the vessel's trajectory, a cold smile forming on his lips. The Nautilus Ascendant, a ghost ship hiding in plain sight, Alistair's flair for the dramatic even after all these years. He turned to Alan. We have him, Alan. We have a location. It's moving through international waters deep in the Pacific. It's going to be a highly complex international operation to intercept it. What about the message? Alan asked, his gaze fixed on the vessel on the screen. What did we intercept? Chloe, still working on decryption, looked up, her face pale. It's a long one, sir, a full operational debrief from the architect to his inner circle. It details ongoing projects, future plans, and it outlines the next phase of the Phoenix Protocol. Not just for you, Alan, but for Marcus Thorne, too. It's far more brutal than we imagined. The architect was exposed, at least in terms of his base of operations. But the message itself promised a new, even more terrifying phase of their personal war. The decryption of the architect's full message from the Nautilus Ascendant took another excruciating 24 hours. The message was a chilling exposé of the Syndicate's global ambitions and their ruthless methodology. It outlined intricate plans for destabilizing economies, orchestrating coups, and leveraging advanced cyber warfare for financial and political gain. It also confirmed their involvement in illicit biological agent acquisition, a detail that sent a fresh wave of horror through Alan and the intelligence team. But the most immediate and personal threat lay in the detailed instructions for Phase 2 of the Phoenix Protocol. He plans to frame Marcus Thorne for the theft of sensitive government data, Chloe explained, her voice low as she displayed the translated text. They've created deepfake video and audio recordings of Thorne, supposedly confessing to downloading and selling classified information from his time as a government contractor. They're also preparing to leak fabricated evidence of him having contacts with hostile foreign intelligence agencies. Alan felt a wave of cold fury. After everything Marcus has been through, they want to turn him into a national security threat, a traitor. Exactly, Vance confirmed, his own face grim. It's designed to ensure he's not just discredited but imprisoned or even disappeared by his own government. It would serve as a chilling message to anyone who cooperates with us. And for me, Alan asked, bracing himself. Chloe hesitated, then brought up another section of the decrypted message. For you, Alan, it's different. The architect states that the failed smear campaign actually galvanized your public support, so he's shifting tactics. He plans to hit you on a deeply personal level. He intends to expose your wife's past, manipulate it, and turn it into a public scandal designed to destroy her reputation and, by extension, yours. He mentions a secret from her youth and plans to fabricate evidence of illicit activities, perhaps even criminal ones, connected to it. He wants to show you the true cost of challenging him. Alan's blood ran cold. His wife, his private life, this was beyond the pale. This wasn't just about his career or his safety, it was about destroying the people he loved, the sanctuary of his home. A deep primal rage surged through him. He's going after my family, Alan growled, his hands clenching into fists. He's demonstrating that he knows your deepest vulnerabilities, Alan, Vance said, his voice quiet but firm. It's psychological warfare. He wants to break you, but we won't let him. The details of the architect's plan were terrifying in their specificity. He had clearly done extensive research, digging into the pasts of both Thorne and Alan's wife, identifying potential levers, however minor, and planning to distort them into devastating public scandals. The deepfakes were incredibly advanced, designed to withstand forensic scrutiny. The fabricated evidence was meticulously crafted, almost indistinguishable from genuine intelligence documents. We need to warn Marcus immediately, Alan said, and we need to put even more stringent protections on my wife. This can't happen. Done, Vance replied. Marcus has already been briefed. He's shaken but determined to fight. As for your wife, our team is already enhancing her security, both physical and digital. We're scrubbing her online presence, securing her communications, and preparing a rapid response team. But the nature of this attack is insidious, Alan. It targets perceptions, not just physical safety. We need to be prepared to counter the narrative once it drops. The pressure was now suffocating. They had identified the architect's command center, the Nautilus Ascendant, but it was moving. And the architect had just launched the most devastating phase of his counterattack, aiming for the heart of Alan's and Thorne's lives. Vance immediately mobilized for the interception of the Nautilus Ascendant. It was an international operation of unprecedented scale, requiring coordination with multiple naval and intelligence agencies. The vessel, being in international waters, presented complex legal and jurisdictional challenges. We need to establish probable cause for an intervention, Vance explained to Alan during a briefing. A direct, irrefutable link to international crimes. The intelligence we've gathered from Kale and the architect's message provides that, but we need to package it meticulously for international court and political approval. While the diplomatic and logistical preparations for the Nautilus Ascendant raid began, Alan and his team focused on mitigating the imminent threat of Phoenix Protocol Phase 2. Chloe, working with a team of FBI cyber experts, began developing algorithms to detect the deepfakes of Marcus Thorne. It was a race against time, as the Syndicate could release these devastating fabrications at any moment. They also worked on preemptive counter-narratives, preparing to expose the fakery the moment it emerged. They're highly sophisticated, sir, Chloe reported, showing Alan some test deepfakes. The facial mapping, the voice modulation, it's almost flawless. It will be incredibly difficult to prove they're fake to the untrained eye, especially if they're released through credible-looking channels. Alan understood. The public, especially in the age of rapid information spread, often believed what they saw first. Disproving a deep fake, even with forensic evidence, was a much harder task than creating it. Days turned into a week. The Nautilus Ascendant was still moving, tracked constantly by satellites and covert marine surveillance. International agreements were slowly falling into place, but the process was agonizingly slow. Then the first blow landed. A leaked document designed to look like a classified intelligence report appeared on several fringe national security blogs. It detailed Marcus Thorne's alleged contacts with a notorious foreign intelligence agent, complete with encrypted communication logs and meeting locations, all meticulously fabricated. The information quickly went viral, amplified by bot networks. The reaction was immediate and fierce. Mainstream media picked up the story, albeit with caution, questioning Thorne's past and reevaluating his testimony in the Sterling trial. Calls for a full-scale federal investigation into Thorne's alleged treason flooded the airwaves. "It's starting, Alan," Vance said, his voice grave. "Phase 2 is in full swing." Marcus Thorne, despite being in the most secure facility, was reeling. His vindication in the Sterling trial had been short-lived. Now he was being publicly branded a traitor, his character assassinated with even greater malice than Sterling had attempted. "He's holding up, sir," Agent Harding reported to Alan after a secure call with Thorne. "But the psychological toll is immense. He's desperate to fight back to clear his name again." "We will," Alan promised. He immediately released a statement condemning the leaks as a malicious disinformation campaign by a powerful criminal syndicate, linking it to the previous smear attempts against himself. But without concrete evidence of the deepfakes or the forged documents, his words were met with skepticism by a public now convinced that Thorne was indeed a traitor. Chloe and her team worked feverishly, trying to trace the digital origins of the leaked documents, searching for the telltale signs of fabrication. They found sophisticated masking, routing the leaks through multiple jurisdictions, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint the source. Then the second shoe dropped. This time it hit Alan directly, targeting his wife. An anonymous social media account, suddenly gaining massive traction, began posting cryptic messages hinting at a dark secret from Alan's wife's past. These were followed by a series of photos, purportedly from her youth, heavily doctored to suggest involvement in illicit activities, gambling rings, drug distribution, even association with dangerous criminal figures. These images were interwoven with fabricated testimonies from supposed former associates, painting a picture of a morally compromised individual. The posts were designed to shock and outrage. They created a visceral sense of betrayal among the public, especially those who admired Alan Carmichael. The narrative was clear. The virtuous DA had a corrupt past hidden in his own home. Alan's wife, protected within her secure residence, was shielded from the full onslaught of the public vilification. But she quickly became aware that something was terribly wrong. Her private world was being invaded, her past twisted into a grotesque caricature. "What is going on, Alan?" she asked him during a secure call, her voice trembling. "My friends are calling, asking questions. There are things online, lies about my past. What is happening?" Alan's heart ached. He couldn't tell her everything, not yet. He just reassured her, promised her it was a malicious attack, that he would fix it. But he knew the damage was already done. The architect had found his mark. The attacks were strategically devastating. Thorne was a national security threat, Alan's wife a scandalous figure. Both were designed to isolate Alan, to destroy his support system, leaving him vulnerable and emotionally shattered for the final strike. "We need to make this public, Julian," Alan declared, his voice filled with a desperate urgency. "We need to show the public the deep fakes, expose the forgeries, reveal the extent of the syndicate's psychological warfare. We have to fight back or they win." "We're prepared, Alan," Vance replied, his face grim. "Chloe has secured enough forensic evidence to definitively prove the fraud. We're ready to launch our counteroffensive, but be prepared. The architect won't let this go easily. This will be an all-out information war." The stage was set for a public confrontation that would determine not only Alan's future, but the very nature of truth in a world manipulated by a master strategist. The counteroffensive began with a series of coordinated leaks from Vance's team, subtly exposing the digital anomalies in the fabricated intelligence reports concerning Marcus Thorne. Chloe's forensic analysis was packaged into digestible yet authoritative reports distributed to trusted journalists and government officials. These leaks pointed to the use of advanced deepfake technology and digital forgery, laying the groundwork for doubt. Then Alan Carmichael, with Julian Vance standing beside him, held another press conference. This time, the atmosphere was even more charged. The public was reeling from the accusations against Thorne and Alan's wife, and the media was in a frenzy. Alan didn't mince words. He unveiled a comprehensive presentation showcasing Chloe's forensic analysis. He displayed side-by-side comparisons of the fabricated documents and the original source material, highlighting the subtle yet undeniable digital manipulation. He played audio analyses demonstrating the voice modulation in the alleged Thorne confessions, proving them to be deepfakes. "These are not genuine intelligence documents," Alan stated, his voice ringing with conviction. "These are sophisticated forgeries. This is not a case of treason. This is a malicious, targeted campaign by the same international criminal syndicate that attempted to discredit me previously and that kidnapped Marcus Thorne. They are attempting to undermine our justice system, destabilize our government, and silence anyone who stands in their way." He then addressed the attacks on his wife. With a stoic expression, he presented evidence of the doctored photographs, the fabricated testimonies, and the intricate bot networks used to amplify the disinformation. He spoke not just as a prosecutor, but as a husband defending his family. "My wife is a private citizen," Alan declared, his voice firm, "and she's been viciously targeted by these criminals in an attempt to break me. This syndicate stops at nothing. They will invade your homes, slander your loved ones, and destroy your lives if it serves their purpose, but we will not let them win." The press conference was a watershed moment. The sheer weight of the evidence presented clearly and unequivocally began to turn the tide. The public, having been manipulated once, now felt a surge of collective outrage at the syndicate's audacity. The narrative shifted from Alan and Thorne's alleged corruption to the insidious nature of the global criminal network attempting to sow chaos. Within days, news outlets that had eagerly reported the fabrications began to retract their stories, issuing apologies and launching internal investigations. Government officials who had called for Thorne's arrest now expressed grave concern over the deepfake threat. The Ethics Committee, having cleared Alan earlier, released a statement condemning the new wave of attacks as an unprecedented assault on public integrity. Marcus Thorne, though still under immense psychological strain, found a renewed sense of purpose. He publicly denounced the deepfakes as an act of pure evil, offering to cooperate with any investigation to expose the truth. Alan's wife, still shaken, found a measure of peace knowing the truth was out. Vance's team had been able to protect her from the worst of the online vitriol, but the emotional scars would linger. The Phoenix Protocol's Phase 2, like Phase 1, had been thwarted. Alan had once again turned the syndicate's weapons against them, exposing their tactics and reinforcing public trust in his resolve. But this public victory came with a stark reality. The architect was now even more enraged, even more determined. "He will not take this lying down, Alan," Vance warned, his voice grave as they watched the news reports celebrating their counteroffensive. "You've humiliated him twice. He thrives on control, on being unseen. You've dragged him into the light. He will retaliate, and it will be brutal." Indeed, the architect's response was swift and merciless, targeting not just individuals but entire systems. Within hours of the press conference, a series of coordinated cyberattacks crippled critical infrastructure in several developing nations that had been cooperating with Interpol on syndicate investigations. Power grids failed, communication networks went dark, and financial systems crashed, plunging millions into chaos. These were nations that had been directly involved in providing intelligence for the Nautilus Ascendant operation. "This is the architect's signature," Vance stated, his face grim as reports poured into the war room. "Retribution. He's telling us that if we attack him, he will unleash hell on those who support us." Chloe confirmed the source of the attacks. "The code traces back to the Phantom Grid, sir. It's highly sophisticated, designed to cause maximum disruption and leave minimal forensic evidence. It's a direct message. The syndicate is striking back globally." The attacks were a stark reminder of the syndicate's power and reach. They weren't just after Alan and Thorne anymore. They were engaging in a full-scale global war against anyone who dared to challenge their authority. "In the Nautilus Ascendant," Alan asked, a cold dread settling in his stomach, "how has this affected the operation?" Vance shook his head, his jaw tight. "It's complicated everything. The affected nations are now focused on damage control. Their cooperation with the interception operation is being reevaluated, their resources redirected. The architect has bought himself more time. He's sowing chaos, creating diversions, making it harder for us to close in." The mobile command center was still being tracked, but the window of opportunity for a swift, decisive strike was rapidly closing. The architect was once again manipulating the chessboard, shifting the pieces, creating a protective fog of war. The cyberattacks escalated, targeting not just developing nations, but also key financial institutions and government agencies in countries allied with the FBI's investigation. The global landscape became a digital battlefield, with Vance's cyber warfare teams working around the clock to mitigate the damage and fend off new incursions. The architect was making good on his promise of brutal retaliation, demonstrating his ability to plunge the world into chaos at will. He's systematically targeting our allies, Alan, Vance explained during a tense video conference with international partners. He's trying to isolate us, to make the cost of pursuing him too high for sovereign nations. He's showing them that their cooperation with us comes with a very heavy price. The Nautilus Ascendant, sensing the shifting geopolitical tides, had accelerated its movements, making a direct interception even more challenging. Diplomatic efforts to secure a multinational intervention force were faltering under the weight of the escalating cyber crisis. "We're losing him," Julian, a concerned admiral from the U.S. Pacific Fleet, reported. "The political will is eroding. If we don't move now, he'll disappear into a part of the ocean where even satellite surveillance is compromised." Vance knew time was running out. He turned to Alan. "We have one last chance, Alan, a small window. We can't wait for international consensus anymore. We need to go in covertly with a highly specialized team. A surgical strike before he vanishes completely." "What does that entail?" Alan asked, knowing the inherent risks of such an operation in international waters outside formal jurisdiction. "It means a smaller team operating with extreme stealth," Vance explained. "No overt naval support, no public acknowledgement. If we fail or if it goes sideways, it could spark an international incident. But if we succeed, we get the architect. We dismantle his command center and gain access to all his intelligence, all his plans." The pressure was immense. The world was burning, caught in the architect's digital firestorm. Alan knew they had to act decisively. "Do it, Julian," Alan commanded. "Get him, whatever the risk." Vance nodded, his face grim. "My top HRT team, Commander Rourke's unit, is being prepared. They're the best we have, but we'll need an additional element. The Nautilus Ascendant is a floating fortress, heavily armed, advanced defenses. We'll need a way to disable its systems, blind it, before the team even breaches the hull." Chloe, listening intently, spoke up. "I might have a solution, sir. Kale mentioned that the architect has a peculiar weakness, an old-school analog override system for his most critical functions, a relic from his days in intelligence, something he trusts more than any digital firewall. He keeps it as a failsafe, a kill switch for emergencies. It's controlled by a specific, highly encrypted radio frequency." Vance's eyes widened. An analog kill switch, why would he risk that? "He's paranoid, sir," Chloe explained. "He trusts technology, but he trusts human-created physical systems more for absolute control. He probably thinks it makes him immune to digital attacks from the outside, that he controls the only key." "Can you access it?" Alan asked, a glimmer of hope. "It would require a highly precise, localized signal jam," Chloe replied, "and then a burst transmission on that specific frequency. It's a very small window, a very tight beam, and it requires proximity. It would need to be deployed from a platform very close to the Nautilus Ascendant at just the right moment." Vance immediately turned to the logistics. "Rourke's team can deploy a drone, a stealth craft. We'll outfit it with Chloe's device. This could be our way in. We disable their sensors, their communications, their weapon systems, and then Rourke's team takes the ship." The plan was audacious, high stakes, and fraught with peril. It relied on absolute precision, perfect timing, and the unwavering courage of a small team against a global mastermind on his floating fortress. As preparations for the covert strike intensified, Alan found himself struggling with an unexpected internal conflict. The nature of his involvement was changing. He was no longer just a prosecutor. He was part of a black operations team making decisions that could lead to armed conflict and international repercussions. His morality, honed by years in the courtroom, was being tested. "Alan, you look troubled," Julian Vance observed one evening, finding Alan alone in the war room, staring at the holographic projection of the Nautilus Ascendant. "I am Julian," Alan admitted. "I became a prosecutor to uphold the law, to seek justice through due process. Now I'm authorizing what amounts to an act of war in international waters, a covert raid that could have unforeseen consequences. It feels different. It feels like I'm becoming the very thing I fight against." Vance placed a hand on his shoulder. "You're not, Alan. You're fighting a shadow government, a power that operates outside all laws, all borders. When the system fails or when the enemy operates beyond its reach, extraordinary measures are required. This isn't about vengeance. It's about survival. It's about protecting millions from an invisible threat. And believe me, Alistair Vance, my brother, is a threat unlike any other. He believes he is above all law, all morality. He creates his own. To stop him, we have to meet him on his own terms." Alan looked at the swirling image of the Nautilus Ascendant, a ghost ship sailing towards an unknown destiny. He understood Vance's words, the grim necessity. The fight had escalated beyond city limits, beyond courtrooms. It was now a global battle for control, for justice, for the very future of a world teetering on the brink of chaos. He was no longer just Alan Carmichael, DA. He was a warrior in a secret war, and the time for direct engagement had come. The covert operation to intercept the Nautilus Ascendant was launched under the cloak of a moonless night, thousands of miles from any landmass. Commander Rourke's HRT unit, a dozen highly trained operatives deployed from a stealth submarine. They traveled in silent, submersible craft, their objective, to breach the architect's mobile command center. Chloe, back at the main intelligence hub, monitored the operation with Vance. She held the crucial key, the precise frequency and timing for the analog kill switch. Her role was to deliver the disabling burst at the exact moment the team was positioned for breach, blinding the Nautilus Ascendant's defenses without alerting its crew until it was too late. Alan in the safe house watched the live satellite feed, a grainy, real-time image of the vast, dark ocean and the distant silhouette of the Nautilus Ascendant. His heart pounded with a mixture of fear and anticipation. The fate of the mission, and perhaps the world, rested on the shoulders of these few brave individuals. The HRT team approached the Nautilus Ascendant, navigating through treacherous waters. The vessel was a colossal, intimidating sight, its hull bristling with advanced radar, sonar, and what appeared to be formidable weapon systems. Its exterior was designed to deflect detection, making it almost invisible to conventional surveillance. "Team is in position, sir," Rourke's voice crackled over the comms, tense but steady. "Deploying drone for signal jam, Chloe, stand by." Chloe took a deep breath, her fingers hovering over a custom-built console. "Standing by, Commander, awaiting your mark." A small, stealthy drone detached from one of the submersibles, rising silently towards the Nautilus Ascendant superstructure. It reached its target, hovering just above the main communication arrays. "Drone in optimal position," Rourke reported. "Give us the signal, Chloe, now." "Transmitting," Chloe shouted, pressing a button. A burst of energy, precisely tuned to the analog kill switch frequency, shot out across the vast ocean. For a terrifying moment, nothing happened. The Nautilus Ascendant continued its steady course, its lights burning brightly. Then, with a shudder, the vessel's lights flickered, dimmed, and then went completely dark. Its massive radar dish spun to a halt, the powerful hum of its engines abruptly silenced, replaced by the gentle lapping of waves against its hull. The ship became a dead behemoth, adrift in the inky blackness. A collective cheer erupted in the intel hub. Alan let out a long, slow breath. Chloe had done it. "Breaching hull, multiple entry points," Rourke's voice, now clearer, announced. "Moving to secure the bridge and command center, expecting heavy resistance." The HRT team moved with practiced efficiency. They used specialized breaching charges to create entry points in the dark hull, disappearing into the belly of the silent ship. For several agonizing minutes, there was only static on the comms, punctuated by distant, muffled thuds and shouts. Then the first reports came in. "Resistance encountered, heavily armed personnel, we've engaged, I repeat engaged." The battle for the Nautilus Ascendant had begun. Alan watched the feed, his imagination filling in the terrifying blanks. He knew Rourke's team was elite, but they were fighting in a confined, unfamiliar space against an enemy whose ruthlessness was legendary. The exchange of fire continued, close-quarters combat echoing through the ship's corridors. Rourke's voice became strained, urgent. "We're pushing through, high-value target identified on the bridge. It's him, the architect." A jolt went through Alan. The architect, Alistair Vance, was within reach. Clear the bridge," Rourke yelled, more muffled gunfire than a sudden, jarring silence. "Bridge secured," Rourke's voice, triumphant, echoed through the comms. "The architect, we have him, he's incapacitated but alive. I repeat, the architect is in custody." A wave of euphoria swept through the intelligence hub. Vance closed his eyes for a moment, a mix of relief and profound sorrow on his face. Alan felt a surge of triumph, an exultant sense of justice finally being served. They had done it. They had captured the mastermind. But the silence that followed Rourke's report was too absolute. It lingered, unnerving. "Commander Rourke, status report," Vance demanded, his voice sharp with sudden unease. "Team status, architect's condition." No reply, only static. "Rourke, respond, what's happening?" Vance's voice grew frantic. Julian Vance's frantic calls echoed into the silence, unanswered. The comms link, once crackling with the urgent sounds of battle, was now dead. A cold dread seeped into the intelligence hub, silencing the brief celebration. Alan felt his blood run cold. This was too easy. The architect, Alistair Vance, did not make mistakes, and he certainly did not allow himself to be cornered so simply. "Chloe, scan for any activity on the Nautilus," Julian commanded, his voice raw with sudden panic. "Anything, power fluctuations, heat signatures, anything at all." Chloe's fingers flew across her keyboard, her face etched with a mix of exhaustion and growing horror. Her screens, which moments ago had displayed the static image of the disabled ship, now showed alarming data spikes. "Sir, I'm seeing massive energy surges. Emergency power systems are activating. And oh my God, the ship's internal defenses, they're coming back online. It was a trap." Alan felt a sickening lurch in his stomach. A trap, of course. The analog kill switch, the sudden silence, the swift capture, it was all orchestrated. Alistair was playing them, luring them in. "Rourke, Commander Rourke, do you copy?" Julian bellowed into the comms, his voice laced with desperation. "Fall back, get out of there, it's a trap." Still nothing, only the chilling hiss of dead air. On Chloe's screens, a new, terrifying image appeared. Internal schematics of the Nautilus Ascendant now flashing with red indicators. Automated turrets previously dormant were deploying. Security doors were sealing. The very ship itself was becoming a death trap designed to ensnare the HRT unit. He planned this, Alan whispered, the realization hitting him with crushing force. He let us track him, he let us disable his ship, he knew we'd send a team. Julian, his face pale and grim, turned from the silent comms. He used Kale's information against us. He fed Kale just enough truth to make us believe we had an advantage, but it was all part of a larger deception. He baited us. His eyes, normally sharp and composed, were now filled with a desperate terror for his brother, Rourke, and the entire team. Can we re-establish communication? Alan pressed, his mind racing. Too much interference, Chloe reported, her voice strained. His systems are broadcasting on every frequency, jamming all external comms. He's deliberately cutting them off. What about the stealth submarine? Can they provide support? Alan asked. Negative, sir, a naval analyst interjected, pointing to his screen. The Nautilus's newly activated external defenses are massive. Sonar arrays, active torpedo countermeasures, any approach would be suicide. The sub's primary directive is stealth and insertion, not direct engagement with a fully armed vessel of this scale. The reality was bleak. Rourke's team was cut off, trapped inside a hostile, self-aware fortress, under the command of the world's most dangerous mind. Then a new voice broke through the comms, clear and chillingly calm. It wasn't static, it was a modulated, synthetic voice devoid of human emotion. Julian, brother. Julian froze. Alan's gaze snapped to the main screen, where a distorted, pixelated image of the architect, Alistair Vance, now appeared. He was seated on what looked like the bridge of the Nautilus, surrounded by the flashing lights of resurrected systems. He wore a dark, tactical suit, a cold, calculating look on his face. He was not incapacitated, he was in command. Alistair, Julian breathed, his voice a mixture of fury and despair. Did you truly think it would be that easy, Julian? The architect's voice echoed, cold and mocking. That I would simply allow myself to be taken? You of all people should know my methods. Anticipate, adapt, exploit. Your friend Kale was a useful fool. He provided just enough truth to hook you, enough lies to blind you. Alan stepped forward, his fists clenched. Where is Commander Rourke? Where is your team? The architect turned his cold gaze to Alan. District Attorney Carmichael, the incorruptible hero. You've proven to be a tenacious adversary, I'll grant you that, but your courage blinds you to the greater game. Your team, they are now my guests. Commander Rourke, a truly impressive soldier, is currently undergoing re-education. A subtle, malicious smile played on the architect's lips. He has proven quite resilient, but even the strongest will eventually break. And when he does, he will lead me to all your secrets, all your safe houses, all your allies. Julian's face contorted with rage. You're a monster, Alistair. He's a good man, let them go. A good man fighting for a flawed system, the architect countered, his voice dripping with condescension. You still cling to the illusion of justice, Julian. I offer true order, true control. These operatives like you could be valuable assets in my new world. A world free from the chaos and inefficiency of your petty governments and their outdated laws. What do you want, Alistair? Alan demanded, cutting to the chase. What I want, District Attorney, is for you to understand the futility of your struggle, the architect replied, his gaze unwavering. I want you to experience the cost of defiance. The world is my chessboard and you are but a pawn I choose to remove. Your interference has been inconvenient. Now you will pay the price. He gestured to something off-screen. Consider this a demonstration, a final warning. My true purpose has always been to build, to create a new global paradigm, but when provoked, I am equally adept at destruction. The image on the screen shifted, showing a live feed from one of Chloe's global monitoring stations. A massive, shadowy structure, barely visible in the dark ocean, was moving at incredible speed. It was another of the Syndicate's vessels, much larger than the Nautilus Ascendant. This is the Leviathan, the architect announced, a note of grim pride in his voice. My true flagship, it carries a payload capable of disabling entire continental grids, eradicating financial markets, and if necessary, initiating a controlled collapse of global infrastructure. Your puny cyber defenses are mere irritants to its capabilities, and it is now fully activated, its targets locked. Julian's eyes widened in horror. You wouldn't. The global economic collapse, the chaos it would cost billions of lives, plunged the world into a new dark age. Sacrifices are necessary for evolution, Julian, the architect stated, his tone chillingly detached. A controlled demolition followed by a planned reconstruction, my reconstruction. This is the new Phoenix Protocol, brother, not just for individuals, but for the entire world. And you, Alan Carmichael, are the spark that ignited it. Because you chose to fight, you will witness the downfall of everything you claim to protect. Alistair looked directly at Alan, his eyes burning with a cold, triumphant fire. My message is clear. Stand down, disband your task force. Publicly declare that all your claims against my syndicate were fabrications. Retire and live in ignominy. Otherwise, the Leviathan will unleash its fury. starting with the financial infrastructure of your allies, then moving to their communication networks, and finally their power grids. And your captured team on the Nautilus will be the first to experience the full extent of my displeasure. The architect paused, letting his words hang in the air, a chilling ultimatum. You have 24 hours. Consider this your final move, District Attorney. Make the wrong one and the world pays the price. And know this, Alan, when the dust settles, when the world burns, you will be the one they blame. The image of the architect vanished, replaced by static. The Leviathan, a behemoth of destruction, continued its relentless trajectory across Chloe's global map. The intelligence hub was plunged into a stunned, horrified silence. The scale of the architect's ambition, the sheer ruthlessness of his global blackmail, was almost unfathomable. He had anticipated their every move, turned their strengths into weaknesses, and now held the entire world hostage. He means it, Julian finally said, his voice hoarse, his gaze fixed on the Leviathan's trajectory. He'll do it. He'll collapse the global economy to achieve his vision. He believes he's saving humanity, even if he has to destroy it first. Alan's mind raced, grappling with the impossible choice. His captured team, including Commander Rourke, was in grave danger. Marcus Thorne and his wife were still targets. The entire world was on the brink, and the architect had given him 24 hours to surrender, to publicly destroy his credibility or face global catastrophe. We can't give in, Alan declared, his voice firm despite the tremor of fear in his gut. If we surrender, we lose everything. We lose our captured team anyway. He'll still hunt us down, and he'll achieve his global domination unopposed. But the cost, Alan, Julian started, his voice heavy. The cost of surrender is far greater, Julian, Alan countered, looking him in the eye. It means endorsing his vision, validating his actions. We have to fight, but how? Chloe, her face pale, offered a grim assessment. The Leviathan is unlike anything we've encountered. Its cyber warfare capabilities are designed to overwhelm any existing defense. We can try to counter his attacks, but we're outmatched. Even if we could, it would be a losing battle against that kind of processing power. What about the Nautilus Ascendant? Alan asked, thinking quickly. Can we re-establish contact with Rourke? Is there any way to fight back from inside? His jamming is too complete, Chloe replied, shaking her head. And with his internal defenses fully active, Rourke's team is essentially under siege. They'd be lucky to survive, let alone launch a counterattack. Davies and Miller, who had been listening in horrified silence, now joined the discussion. Sir, the political ramifications of this are catastrophic, Davies stated. Governments will be forced to comply. They'll blame you, Alan. They'll hand you over to him to save their own skins. Then we don't give them the option, Alan retorted, his mind clear now. He refused to be a pawn in Alistair's game. We find a way to stop the Leviathan, and we find a way to save Rourke's team. We have 24 hours. What are our options, however impossible they seem? Julian, seeing the unwavering resolve in Alan's eyes, nodded slowly. Alistair always has a blind spot, Alan. He believes himself infallible. He plans for every contingency except the one he never considers, genuine altruism, self-sacrifice. He thinks everyone is driven by greed or fear. That's his weakness. Then we exploit it, Alan said. Chloe, focus everything on the Leviathan. Find any vulnerability, however small. Julian, how do we get to Rourke? Is there any way to disable the Nautilus remotely, permanently, so his jamming ceases? Chloe, though looking utterly defeated just moments before, now straightened up, a flicker of her old fire returning. The analog kill switch, it's a single-use burst, but Cale did mention something else, a master override for the Nautilus's core systems. It's physical, buried deep within the ship's engineering, and it requires a unique biometric key. Biometric key, Julian echoed, a dawning realization in his eyes. Yes, Chloe confirmed. Alistair's own genetic signature. He built it as a final, absolute failsafe. He thought no one could ever get to it or even know about it. Julian closed his eyes for a moment, the weight of his brother's betrayal and the faint hope of a solution warring within him. He trusts nothing and no one, not even his closest lieutenants. He would build such a thing. He opened his eyes, a grim determination replacing the despair. If we can get to that override, if we can activate it, we can shut down the Nautilus, release Rourke's team, and potentially sever the Leviathan's command and control link. But how do we get your genetic signature into the Nautilus, Julian? Alan asked, seeing the immediate challenge. You can't go in yourself, it's too dangerous, and even if you could, getting to that master override would be suicide. He might not have to, Chloe interjected, her eyes suddenly blazing with an idea. Cale mentioned something specific about the biometric lock. It wasn't just genetic, it was a combination of genetic and neural pathways specific to Alistair's unique brainwave patterns. He wanted it to be absolutely irrefutable and traceable. He built it as a psychological lock, something he would only ever trigger himself under extreme duress. Julian stared at her, then a flicker of understanding crossed his face. Neural pathways, it's a mind lock, a psychological fingerprint. Exactly, Chloe affirmed. And Cale described a backup access method for extreme emergencies, a neural interface device. a headset designed to simulate Alistair's unique neural patterns, but it requires direct access to the console and a specific sequence of thoughts, a specific emotional state to activate it. It's incredibly complex, almost impossible to fake. But if you know Alistair's neural patterns and the sequence of thoughts, Alan began piecing it together. Julian's gaze hardened. I know Alistair's thoughts. I know how his mind works, what drives him, what scares him. We grew up together. I understand his brilliance and his madness better than anyone. A bold, incredibly dangerous plan began to form in Alan's mind. You go, Julian, you're the only one who can do this. You have the access, the knowledge, the connection. You go into the Nautilus, you find that master override and you shut it down. That frees Rourke's team and it gives Chloe a window to attack the Leviathan. Julian looked at Alan, then at the holographic image of the Nautilus, a tomb for his brother and a prison for his team. His expression was a mixture of fear, resolve, and deep, aching sorrow. It's a suicide mission, Alan. Alistair will be expecting me. He'll use every psychological trick, every trap. He will, Alan agreed, but he won't expect you to walk into his lair, knowing all his vulnerabilities, carrying the key to his defeat within your own mind. That's his blind spot, that's your advantage. Julian nodded slowly. Then it's time I confront my brother, not just as an agent, but as a brother. It's time to end this. The plan was set in motion with a grim determination. Julian Vance, equipped with a specialized neural interface headset and minimal gear, would be inserted back into the Nautilus Ascendant. His mission, reach the deeply guarded master override, use his profound knowledge of his brother's mind and the psychological fingerprint to activate it, and shut down the ship from within. This would disable Alistair's jamming, free Rourke's team, and provide Chloe a vital window to attack the Leviathan. The stealth submarine, after a risky maneuver, positioned itself as close as possible to the still dark, silent Nautilus. Julian prepared for insertion, his face a mask of steely resolve, but his eyes betrayed the raw emotion swirling within him. Julian, be careful, Alan said, gripping his shoulder. Come back. Julian nodded, a faint, sad smile gracing his lips. I will, Alan, one way or another, this ends tonight. He disappeared into the submersible, his departure shrouded in the deep ocean's embrace. Alan and Chloe returned to the war room, the weight of their decisions pressing heavily upon them. They had gambled everything. Hours crawled by, each minute an eternity. Julian's insertion was successful, but the silence from the Nautilus was absolute. No comms, no signs of life, nothing to indicate his progress. Chloe worked feverishly on the Leviathan, trying to predict its next move, searching for any vulnerability, however fleeting. But without the Nautilus neutralized, its full power was unleashed, making any direct cyberattack nearly impossible. Then a flicker. On Chloe's screen, a faint, almost imperceptible blip appeared on the Nautilus Ascendant's internal network. Sir, I'm getting a faint signal. It's Julian. He's trying to establish a secure comms link from inside the ship. Alan leaned forward, his heart pounding. Can you boost it? Get him through. Chloe worked frantically, manipulating firewalls and routing protocols. After a moment of agonizing static, Julian's voice, strained but clear, filled the war room. Alan, Chloe, do you copy? Julian, we read you. What's your status? Alan replied, relief washing over him. I'm in, Julian reported, his voice tight. The ship's internal defenses are ingenious. He rigged a gauntlet of psychological and physical traps designed to break anyone who tries to reach the core. He knew I would come. There was a pause, a ragged breath. I've found the master override console. It's heavily guarded, but I'm close. I can see Alistair's personal security detail. They're expecting me. What about Rourke and the team? Alan asked urgently. I haven't been able to locate them yet, Julian admitted. The ship's layout is constantly reconfiguring, a labyrinth of his own design, but I heard muffled gunfire earlier. They're still fighting. Can you activate the override? Alan pressed. I'm preparing the neural interface, Julian replied. But there's another problem. Alistair is here. He's anticipating my every move. He's waiting for me. He wants to witness my failure personally. Alan's blood ran cold. The architect, his brother, was on the Nautilus. The confrontation was inevitable. Julian, be careful, Alan warned. He'll try to get inside your head. Don't let him. It's too late for that, Alan, Julian said, a grim humor in his voice. He's always been in my head, but this time I'm in his too. I know the thought sequence. It's about our childhood, our shared dreams, his descent into madness. I just need to focus. The comms link went silent again, but this time it was a deliberate act. Julian needed absolute concentration. Minutes stretched into an eternity. On Chloe's screens, the Leviathan continued its inexorable advance, its destructive payload drawing ever closer to its initial targets. The 24-hour deadline was ticking away. Then a sudden blinding flash. On the satellite feed, the Nautilus Ascendant, still dark and adrift, shimmered. A powerful electromagnetic pulse rippled outwards from its hull. What was that? Alan exclaimed. It's the master override, Chloe shouted, her eyes wide. Julian did it, he activated it. The Nautilus is shutting down completely. All internal systems, all defenses, all jamming gone. A wave of exhilaration swept through the war room. Julian had succeeded. Immediately, the chaotic interference on the comms ceased. A flurry of voices erupted, desperate and relieved. "This is Rourke, we're alive, the ship just went dead, we're moving to secure the bridge." "Rourke, status report," Alan yelled into the comms, his heart soaring. "We've neutralized Alistair's personal guard," Rourke's voice, though weary, was triumphant. "The architect, he tried to escape through an emergency escape pod, but we stopped him. He's in custody, incapacitated. I repeat, the architect is captured." A collective roar of relief and triumph filled the intelligence hub. Alan felt a profound wave of exhaustion mingled with immense pride. They had done it. They had captured the architect. But the relief was short-lived. Chloe, her eyes still glued to her screens, suddenly gasped. "Sir, the Leviathan, it's accelerating. The command link to the Nautilus might be severed, but its primary programming remains. It's still on course to unleash its payload." Alan's exhilaration vanished, replaced by a fresh wave of cold dread. "It's autonomous." "Partially, yes," Chloe confirmed, her voice frantic. "Alistair designed it with redundant systems, a fail-safe against his own capture. It's programmed to continue its mission unless a specific kill code is transmitted from a primary command center. He wanted to make sure his plan would proceed even if he fell." "And the Nautilus was the primary command center," Alan pressed. "Yes, but it's now inert," Chloe cried. "The kill code would have been stored on its main servers, but with the master override all systems are wiped, isolated, we can't access it. The Leviathan is now an unguided missile, programmed for global destruction." Julian Vance's voice, now back on the comms, was grim. "Chloe's right. Alistair activated the Leviathan's autonomous protocol the moment he realized I was coming for the override. He anticipated his own capture, Alan. He was willing to sacrifice himself and Rourke's team to ensure his plan for global reset would proceed." The victory felt hollow, turning to ash in Alan's mouth. They had captured the architect, but at what cost? The Leviathan, a behemoth of destruction, was still barreling towards its targets, beyond their control. "How do we stop it, Julian? Is there any way?" Alan asked, his voice strained. Julian's response was immediate and chilling. "There's only one way, Alan. The Leviathan has a failsafe, a final physical kill switch, but it's embedded deep within its core, designed to withstand any external attack. It would require a direct surgical strike to disable it before it reaches its target zone. A team would have to physically breach it, activate the switch, and destroy the vessel from the inside." "And who would do that?" Alan asked, knowing the answer already. "Rourke's team is still intact, Alan," Julian said, his voice quiet. "They're tired, wounded, but they're still the best. They're already on the Nautilus, and we can refit the submersible for a direct assault on the Leviathan." Alan looked at the live feed of the Leviathan, its colossal form cutting through the dark ocean, a desperate, almost suicidal mission. "They just fought a pitched battle, Julian. They're exhausted." "They're also the only ones close enough and capable enough," Julian countered. "They have the training, the discipline, the sheer audacity, but it would be a one-way trip, Alan. The kill switch will destabilize the entire vessel. It will be destroyed. No one could survive that." A cold, heavy silence descended upon the war room. A suicide mission. To save the world from the architect's mad vision, Commander Rourke and his brave team would have to sacrifice themselves. Alan looked at the defeated image of the architect, now bound on the Nautilus, his grand plan unraveling, yet still poised to deliver a catastrophic blow. He had gambled on humanity's fear, and he was about to win. Unless Alan made the ultimate sacrifice. "Julian," Alan said, his voice surprisingly calm, "I'm going with them." Julian's eyes widened in shock. "Alan, no, you're the district attorney, you're too important. This is a military operation, highly specialized and incredibly dangerous." "And I'm the reason this is happening, Julian," Alan countered, his gaze firm. "My fight against Sterling, my pursuit of justice, it led us here. The architect made this personal, and he aimed to destroy me and everyone I loved. I have to see it through. I understand the risks. Rourke's team deserves a leader who understands the stakes, who represents the world they're dying to save." "But your skills aren't suited for this, Alan," Julian argued, his voice tinged with desperation. "You're a prosecutor, not a soldier." "I'm a symbol, Julian," Alan replied, his voice resonating with an unshakable resolve. "A symbol of what we're fighting for, justice, law, order. If Commander Rourke's team is going on a suicide mission, then I will be there to show them what they're dying for. I won't ask them to do something I wouldn't do myself." Julian stared at him, seeing the unwavering determination in Alan's eyes. He knew no argument would sway him. Alan Carmichael, the man who had faced down every threat, every smear, every attack, was now willing to lay down his life for the greater good. "Very well, Alan," Julian finally conceded, his voice heavy with the weight of the decision. "I'll brief Rourke, but know this, even with your leadership, this is still a one-way trip. The chances of survival are virtually zero." Then we make sure the mission succeeds, Alan said, his eyes fixed on the distant, menacing image of the Leviathan. That's all that matters now. As preparations began to transfer Alan to the Nautilus Ascendant, and then to the assault submersible, Chloe spoke up, her voice trembling. Sir, I've been analyzing the Leviathan's power core. If we can target a specific nexus point, a secondary failsafe, a precise electromagnetic pulse could theoretically destabilize it enough for the kill switch to activate remotely, without needing to breach the core physically. It's a tiny window, milliseconds, but it might just be possible. Julian turned to Chloe, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Remotely, without a physical breach. Yes, Chloe affirmed, but it would require an immensely powerful, highly concentrated M-pulse, more than anything we have here, and it would need to be delivered from incredibly close range by a stealth platform that can withstand the Leviathan's defenses long enough to deploy it. It's still extremely dangerous, but it would buy the team a few precious seconds, a slight chance to escape. Alan considered this. A chance, however slim, was more than they had before. Where would we get such a device, Chloe? Chloe bit her lip. Kale mentioned something, a prototype EMP device developed by the Syndicate for disabling enemy fleets. Alistair considered it too unstable for mass production, too risky, but it's still on the Nautilus Ascendant. He kept it in a secure lab as a last resort contingency against hostile boarders. Julian's eyes snapped to Alan. That's it. If we can get that device, repurpose it, and attach it to the submersible, it could create the window Rourke's team needs. It gives them a fighting chance, Alan, a chance for survival. Alan looked at the screen, at the Leviathan, then at Julian and Chloe. The impossible mission was still impossible, but now a flicker of hope, a microscopic path to survival had opened up. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but it was a chance they had to take. He looked at the images of his wife, his city, his captured team. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and prepared for the ultimate confrontation. The architect had called for a new world order built on chaos. Alan Carmichael would prove him wrong, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. He would ensure that justice, however battered, would prevail. The transfer from the FBI's stealth submarine to the Nautilus Ascendant was a tense, silent affair. Alan moved with a grim purpose, the weight of the world on his shoulders. He could feel the cold gaze of the ocean pressing in, a fitting prelude to the darkness they were about to confront. As he boarded the massive, now inert vessel, he saw the signs of the recent battle, scorch marks on the bulkhead, the acrid smell of ozone, and the still, silent bodies of Alistair's personal security detail respectfully covered. Commander Rourke met him at a makeshift rendezvous point near the ship's bridge. The seasoned operative, his face streaked with grime and exhaustion, offered a terse nod. District Attorney Carmichael, we weren't expecting you. I'm here to help you finish this, Commander, Alan replied, his voice firm. He surveyed the team, a dozen elite agents, battered but unbroken, their eyes burning with a weary resolve. Julian filled you in on the new plan. Rourke's jaw tightened. A remote EMP strike, a chance to get out alive. It's a long shot, sir. After what we've been through, he trailed off, gesturing around the disabled ship. It's the only shot we have, Alan stated, meeting Rourke's gaze. And it's a chance for all of you to go home. We'll take it. He found Julian on the bridge, overseeing the securement of Alistair Vance. The architect was strapped into a restraint chair, his eyes still burning with a cold, almost detached fury, even in defeat. He looked at Alan, then at Julian, a ghost of a mocking smile playing on his lips. So the righteous prosecutor joins the ranks of the covert warriors, Alistair sneered, his voice hoarse but still carrying its chilling authority. How does it feel, Alan, to abandon your precious laws, to descend into the very chaos you claim to fight? It feels like doing what's necessary to stop a man who would burn the world to rebuild it in his own image, Alan countered, stepping closer. You may have built your empire on the illusion of control, Alistair, but you underestimated humanity's refusal to be controlled. Julian stepped between them, his face a mask of exhaustion and grief. Leave him, Alan. His fight is over. We need to focus on the Leviathan. He activated its autonomous protocol, Alan reminded him, his eyes still on the architect. He knew you'd capture him. He wanted his plan to proceed, even in defeat. Alistair's smile widened, a flicker of triumph in his eyes. A failsafe, Alan, always a failsafe. Your captured team was the lure, my capture was the price. But the world will still be reborn through fire, and you will be powerless to stop it. Chloe's voice crackled over Alan's comms. Sir, the Leviathan is accelerating. It's picking up speed. We're running out of time. Then let's move, Alan ordered. Rourke, prepare the submersible. Julian, where's that EMP prototype? Julian led Alan and Rourke to a heavily reinforced lab compartment within the Nautilus. Inside, behind a series of locked biometric scanners, lay the prototype. It was a sleek black device, surprisingly compact for its destructive power, humming faintly with contained energy. This is it, Julian said, gesturing to the device. Alistair called it Project Chimera, too volatile for general use but potentially devastating in a targeted strike. Rourke examined the device, his brows furrowed. It's small. Can it really generate the kind of pulse Chloe is talking about? Kale's intel suggests it can, Alan replied, remembering the frantic details the informant had given. But it's a one-shot deal, and we'll need to mount it externally with a very precise delivery system. The team worked quickly, their movements honed by years of high-stakes operations. Rourke's engineering specialists adapted the submersible, reinforcing its hull and installing a modified external mount for the Chimera device. Chloe from the Intel hub fed them real-time data on the Leviathan's trajectory and its defensive patterns, trying to pinpoint the critical nexus point for the EMP strike. The target window is incredibly small, sir, Chloe's voice warned over the comms. Milliseconds. If the pulse isn't perfectly timed and aimed at that nexus, it will be absorbed by the Leviathan's outer defenses. Understood, Chloe, Alan replied, feeling the immense pressure. He looked at Rourke, who was making final checks on the submersible. Commander, you and your team are the best pilots, the best tacticians. You'll be at the controls. My job is to ensure the deployment and activation of the EMP is flawless. Rourke nodded, his face grim. We'll get you there, sir, but after that, it's up to the device. As the submersible prepared for deployment, Alan found himself standing before Julian one last time. You need to get the architect back to shore, Julian, and you need to make sure the world knows what he tried to do. Don't let them blame us for this. Julian gripped Alan's arm, his eyes filled with a desperate plea. Alan, you don't have to do this. There's still a chance. No, Julian, Alan interrupted, his voice resolute. This is where I finish it. Protect my wife, protect Thorne, see that justice is truly served for all of us. With a final, shared look of understanding and sorrow, Alan boarded the submersible. The hatch sealed with a hiss, plunging him into the cramped, dark interior. Rourke and two other HRT operatives were already at their stations, their faces illuminated by the glow of the navigation screens. Ready for launch, sir, Rourke announced, his voice steady. Launch, Alan commanded, his heart a drum against his ribs. The submersible detached from the Nautilus Ascendant, its silent engines propelling it through the black abyss. They were now a tiny needle in a vast, dark haystack, racing towards a behemoth of destruction. Hours later, the Leviathan appeared on their sonar, a colossal, terrifying presence. It was even larger than Chloe's projections, a fortress of steel and silent menace, cutting through the water with unnerving speed. Its sheer size was overwhelming, dwarfing their tiny submersible. Closing in on the target, sir, Rourke reported, his voice tense. Leviathan's defenses are active. We're seeing advanced sonar electromagnetic countermeasures. It's like trying to sneak up on a planet. Stick to the shadowed zones, Alan instructed, recalling Chloe's earlier briefings. Use its own blind spots against it. The submersible danced around the edges of the Leviathan's detection arrays, a high-stakes game of hide-and-seek. The HRT pilot, a master of stealth navigation, threaded them through the Leviathan's wake, using the churning water as cover. The pressure in the cabin was palpable, each second bringing them closer to the point of no return. We're approaching the deployment zone, Rourke said, his eyes scanning the data. Target nexus identified. Chloe, give us the final timing. Chloe's voice crackled, laced with urgency. You have a window of 1.7 seconds, Commander. It's moving. The nexus point will be exposed at Mark 3:30:722 Greenwich Mean Time for a fraction of a second. After that, its rotational defenses will re-engage. You have to hit it then. Alan felt a surge of adrenaline. This was it. Rourke, get us in position. Prepare for deployment. The submersible surged forward, closing the final distance. They were now perilously close to the Leviathan's massive hull, the sheer scale of the ship dominating their view. Its dark metal skin seemed to absorb all light, a silent void promising oblivion. Holding steady, sir, Rourke grunted, his hands expertly manipulating the controls. We're locked onto the nexus point, deploying Chimera device on my mark. Alan gripped the activation console, his eyes fixed on the countdown timer ticking down on the screen. His mind raced, replaying every step, every warning. This was not about justice in a courtroom, it was about the very survival of the world. 3, 2, 1 mark, Rourke yelled. Deploying, Alan shouted, slamming his hand down on the activation button. With a muffled thud, the Chimera device jettisoned from the submersible, propelled by a powerful burst towards the Leviathan's hull. It was a tiny projectile hurtling towards a colossal target. For a terrifying, agonizing moment, it seemed to miss. The device arced slightly, caught in a swirling current. Then with a blinding flash, a ripple of pure energy erupted from the Leviathan's side. It wasn't an explosion, but an internal implosion of light and force tearing through the vessel's core. The Leviathan shuddered, its massive structure groaning under the unseen assault. Its lights flickered, dimmed, and then died. The ominous hum of its engines choked, sputtered, and fell silent. It's hit, Chloe's voice screamed, a mix of elation and disbelief. The core is destabilized, it's shutting down, the payload is offline. A wave of profound relief washed over Alan, so powerful it almost buckled his knees. They had done it, they had stopped it. "Rourke, get us clear," Alan yelled, tearing his gaze from the now silent Leviathan. "Evasive maneuvers," Rourke shouted, already spinning the submersible away from the doomed vessel. The Leviathan, now a dark, dying behemoth, began to list. Cracks like jagged lightning bolts spiderwebbed across its hull. Water rushed in, creating monstrous whirlpools. The sound of tearing metal, a deep, guttural shriek, filled the ocean. "She's going down," Rourke cried, pushing the submersible to its absolute limits. "We need to get to max depth now." The submersible plunged into the inky blackness, the collapsing Leviathan an inferno of crushing steel and imploding systems behind them. They felt the concussive force of the collapse, a violent tremor that shook their small craft. For what felt like an eternity, they were tossed and turned, battered by the dying throes of the architect's ultimate weapon. Then slowly the violent tremor subsided. The sounds of destruction faded, replaced by the deep, resonant silence of the ocean. "Status report," Alan demanded, his voice hoarse. "Structural integrity compromised but holding," Rourke reported, his voice ragged. "Engines functional, we're damaged, but we're moving. We made it, sir, we made it." A profound, weary silence descended upon the submersible. They had survived. The world had been saved. Back in the intelligence hub, Chloe's face was streaked with tears of relief and exhaustion. Julian, leaning against a console, closed his eyes, a silent prayer of gratitude escaping his lips. The Leviathan, the architect's instrument of global reset, was gone, swallowed by the ocean's depths. Days later, the architect, Alistair Vance, was transferred to a maximum security black site. Stripped of his power, his networks dismantled, his grand vision shattered, he remained defiant but ultimately contained. His words continued to echo with a chilling conviction, but they were now the ravings of a man trapped, not a god unbound. Marcus Thorne, his name finally and unequivocally cleared, slowly began to rebuild his life, his testimony against the architect proving invaluable. Alan's wife, though forever scarred by the invasion of her privacy, found solace in her husband's unwavering love and the knowledge that the truth had prevailed. Alan Carmichael, the district attorney, returned to his city, no longer just a prosecutor, but a man who had stared into the abyss and pulled the world back from its edge. The global cyber-attack slowly receded, the chaos the architect had unleashed giving way to a painstaking process of recovery and rebuilding. Nations, shaken by the near catastrophe, began to cooperate more closely, recognizing the insidious threat of shadow syndicates. The world would never truly know the full extent of the battle fought in the deep ocean, the sacrifices made, the silent heroism displayed. But Alan knew, and so did Julian, Chloe, Rourke, and the brave team who had sailed into the darkness and emerged victorious. Alan stood on the balcony of his home, looking out at the city lights. The world was still imperfect, still fragile, but it was safe for now. He knew the fight for justice was an unending one, a constant struggle against the shadows that sought to corrupt and control. But he also knew that there were those who would always stand in the light, ready to fight no matter the cost. He had faced the ultimate darkness, and he had returned not unscathed but unbroken. And as long as there were people willing to fight for it, truth would always find a way to prevail.